All right, good morning. We're going to go ahead and get started. And today, because of other events, I think, or maybe people have lost interest in the wonderful world of water loss, we're a smaller group. So I know that some people like to hang out in the back, but I'm going to invite people to move down. You're so far away back there. No takers? All right. So good morning, everyone. Welcome to our 6th workshop in the pre-rulemaking phase of the SB 555 Water Loss Performance Standards implementation. I'm Max Gomberg from the board. With me today is Kartiki Naik. And today, as I imagine most of you know, we're going to spend the bulk of the day running through the economic model that we have developed as a draft and associated inputs that will inform the development of performance standards. I want to just take a minute to, since our public participation specialist isn't here, to run through the emergency procedures, which is if you need to evacuate the building, leave out of a door marked exit and use the stairs. I think that's the gist of it. So, all right, today we're going to, again, sort of run through the model, its underpinnings, how it works. In the afternoon, we're going to have also a panel. So here's the agenda. Let's see if I can get it all on there. So again, basically, we're gonna run through the foundations of it, the key assumptions and inputs. Have some Q&A on that. Then Kartiki will actually run through. We'll put the actual model up and run through how the different parts of it work, and then we'll have Q&A on that, and then we'll do the panel in the afternoon. And I want to acknowledge at the outset, we put this out on Monday of last week. It's probably not the most complex model of models that are out there, but it is a significant undertaking. So we understand if people haven't had a chance to fully go through and digest it. And for that reason, we're using today to run through it, answer questions. In addition, we have, as you probably saw in the notice, established a formal comment period on the model and the framework to date, and that comment period runs through October 14. So you'll have time, even after today, to keep playing with it, thinking through the issues that are raised today, and write us formal comments over the next couple weeks that we will then use in developing an update to the model. The other thing I want to sort of talk about briefly at the outset, and we'll come back to this later in the day, is just process going forward. So as you know, our statutory deadline for adopting these rules is July 1 of next year. And we have not yet formally commenced the rulemaking process. However, part of the reason for that, and I'll go into more detail about this in a minute, is to make sure that we have a sound basis in terms of the data and the model to issue that initial draft regulation. So what we're going to be doing over the next couple months, after we get these comments back from you all, we will be working on developing an updated version of the model. We will be looking at the 2018 audit data that is due to DWR in a week, and we'll be going from there in terms of developing proposed standards. So I'm going to talk a little bit later about sort of the specifics of the timeline, but I want to just share that at the outset so you understand generally where we're going. The other thing as we've mentioned in the past, related to this is that even outside of the formal comment period, we have not started a formal rulemaking yet, and so we're still interested in feedback and conversations if you want to have those with us outside of formal written comments. So I think with that, we will dive right in unless anyone has any questions about the agenda or framework for the day. Okay, hearing none. So with the actual model, which is an Excel spreadsheet that we sent out on Monday, we sent out 2 additional documents. This is one, which is the explanatory document, and I'm going to spend 20 minutes or so now going through this document. The other document, which we released last week, is a document that is specifically focused on areas where we're interested in feedback in your written comments, and Kartiki will run through that document a little bit later. So to start, when building any type of model, the model rests on a number of foundations and foundational assumptions. And what this document does is it lays out those foundational assumptions. And these are the things that essentially, again, underlay whatever utility data goes in to spit out an economic analysis of water loss. The text at the beginning here, just to recap, we've mentioned this before, is that the outcome of this rulemaking is a volumetric standard for all of the urban water suppliers. But the standard is not accompanied by prescriptive action requirements. That is, even though the model may say, well, we think you can get to this standard by doing this amount of leak detection and repair and this amount of pressure management, how a utility actually complies with the standard is at that water system's discretion. Okay, as some of you may recall, part of what went into developing this model was data that was submitted over the past couple of years as part of the audit process. We've also reviewed a lot of case studies from national level studies, international work that's been done as well. And then on top of that, some of the utilities, including some in this room, provided some data to our modeling team at UC Davis that was used to help build the model. So there are multiple input streams that go into this, and again, we'll talk about that a little bit more in detail once we go through the model. The other input stream, if you will, comes from the electronic annual reports. So this is all being informed by a significant amount of data, whether it's utility-specific data or national or international data that's been analyzed as part of various other projects. So in terms of the basic input parameters, right, these are the 3 that come direct from the audits. I think just about everyone in here is familiar with these. They're pretty self-explanatory in terms of what they are, particularly the first bullet and the third bullet. The second bullet is this ILI, the Infrastructure Leakage Index. It's explained there, and again, it has a role. How that ILI works in the model, Kartiki will explain when we go into it. So here's what I want to do. I want to go through what are the foundational assumptions or proposals that underlie this model. And the first one is what's listed here in this first bullet, which is what is the value of water saved when leaks are detected, repaired, prevented. That is, every drop of water that is lost. What is the value of that water? What is the value associated with saving it? And the critical issue here is what is the appropriate frame to look at when trying to determine the value of lost water? And as many of you know, and as some of you through your associations have proposed, one way to look at it is the variable production cost, which is what a utility pays for producing a next increment of water. What we are proposing is to not look at the variable production costs, but rather to look at the customer retail unit cost. And there are a couple different reasons for that, and the document goes into those in detail. But fundamentally, as we explained in our prior workshop, what we want to be able to capture here is not only the immediate benefit of saving a drop of water, but also somewhat of the future-looking benefit. That is, the avoided cost of potential future investment relative to saving that water. And what the variable production cost does is it looks at that immediate, what are you paying today to produce water, and what is the value there? What the customer retail unit cost does is it includes costs or expenses that are built into what customers actually pay that include future infrastructure. And so as a way to look at what is not only the immediate benefit of saving some water, but also the future-oriented benefit of saving that water, particularly in California, where we have, as everyone knows, a very variable hydrology. We have climate change. The scarcity value of water during dry periods is real, and it's not captured when you just look at variable production cost. When you look at customer retail unit cost, again, it's all of the inputs that go into how people pay for the value, the service that the utility is providing. And so we think it really does a better job of capturing the avoided cost component, which is something that is standard when you look over on the energy side of the house. Calculating a value of avoided cost has been done for decades as part of how we value energy efficiency investments. It captures that avoided cost component. It is a better indicator of the scarcity cycle with drought that we face in California. What's more, as again is noted in here, it's actually specifically recommended as part of the American Water Works Association M36 manual. The quote is up on the screen now, but essentially the association recommends that when you do have a situation where utilities are facing scarcity conditions, you might consider the customer retail unit costs because that avoided cost parameter matters more. This is not the Northeast where water is plentiful. This is California. And so again, we know that some of you have already advocated for variable production cost. This is certainly not an open and closed case, but we have, for the purpose of this current iteration, made the proposal to use the customer retail cost. So that's number one of sort of foundational issues, because again, foundational to this model is how do you weigh benefits and costs? Well, you have to determine what is the benefit level you're looking at, and the benefit level for per drop of water or per acre foot of water, we are proposing to look at that from a customer cost perspective. Okay, so that's number one. Number two, time horizon. Now, many of you recall from the framework we put out months back that we proposed to essentially set two sets of standards, a 2027 standard and a 2035 standard as part of this rulemaking. And what you have seen, if you've looked at the documents and looked at the model, is right now we're focused on that initial 2027 standard. And that 2027 standard would be looking specifically at what systems are doing in terms of detection and repair and pressure management. The 2035 standard would attempt to incorporate preventative pipe replacement as well as management of pressure transients. And that is in the document, the second document, which is asking for input and comments, and Kartiki will talk about that later. So for the purpose of the current modeling approach, the current version of the model and how it works vis-a-vis the regulatory framework, is we would look at essentially a 7-year time horizon for valuing costs and benefits. Assuming the rulemaking is done and in effect by the end of 2020, utilities have 7 years, 2021 through 2027, to meet that 2027 target. So the time horizon is 7 years. So that's number 2. Number 3, discount rate. So the discount rate is a topic of immense debate and discussion at the international level right now, as we as a species confront climate change and think very hard about how we value future actions or today's actions and impacts to future generations. I will note at the beginning of this that, as I'm sure many of you were aware, last Friday was the beginning of unprecedented level of mobilization around climate change, led by young people, which I think we find very inspiring, and it's actually relevant to this discussion because we have a statutory mandate to look at life cycle cost analysis as part of this rulemaking, but B, when we're talking about maintaining distribution infrastructure, those pipes are meant to last for a long time. And indeed, many of you have systems where some of your oldest pipes are 90, 100 plus years old. So when we are thinking about how to value, again, actions taken today and looking out towards the future, and how do we put that into a economic framework, this question of discount rate looms large. And so what the discussion in here talks about is the various international efforts to quantify what should be an appropriate discount rate, looking at the uncertainty around climate change impacts and how we value essentially our descendants' well-being. Fundamentally, this is a question of values. It is not a figure that one can get at through a scientific means. However, there have been a lot of studies into this. The one that we looked at carefully is the one that's listed here, the Stern Review, which was done over a decade ago, which looks at the sort of different climate scenarios and makes a lot of assumptions about what might happen and how we might want to value future generations within that analysis. That analysis came up with a suggested value of 1.4%. That analysis, as I mentioned, was done in 2007. Since then, as a species, we really haven't gotten our house in order, and global emissions are continuing to accelerate at unsustainable rates. So what we are proposing is actually to go lower, down to 1%, and to use that, again, as a basis for conducting this evaluation about what level of investment, whether that's O&M investment in your leak detection and repair work, or your capital investment, we should use when we are attempting to do this balancing. And so again, this is, like many of these things, not open and shut. These are policy decisions first and foremost, which I'm sure there are differing opinions in the room as to what's the appropriate value. This is the beginning of that conversation, and it matters a lot in terms of what the model spits out. Okay, number 4. This is the issue. We've brought this up before with what we are terming improbable and impossible levels of real losses. So let me start with the impossible values. There is a group of over a dozen water systems that in their audits have reported negative values of real loss, i.e. that they are gaining water as it flows through their distribution system. Obviously, that is not possible in the sense of if you've got any water leaking out, you're losing water. You don't have water coming in. So we have done a lot of thinking about how to address that particular subset of systems where we have negative values. And consistent with what we've said in earlier workshops, what we're proposing is to essentially, as a placeholder, so that they've got a number, put them at the median. That is, essentially not take their data as valid, and instead assign them a number, which is the median of all real losses, which is currently about 37 gallons per connection per day. They would, as everyone else would, as part of this rulemaking, have the years of 2021 and 2022 to come back to the board and say, you know what, now we've improved our data and we've actually got a number you can use that we think is reasonable. So again, we think of this as a placeholder number, but we want to have a placeholder number that is actually in the realm of the positive rather than a negative impossible value as a starting point. Now, that is of the improbable and impossible. The impossible is the smaller group. The other sort of key thing to mention here is that we will, as of October of this year, have 3 years of annual audit data upon which to base the baseline for setting these standards. And so what we're proposing, and the document explains this, is that if a water system has 1 year of negative loss data, but then 2 years of positive data, we would throw out the negative year. And so what we're essentially proposing is, right, 2016, 2017, 2018, we take the average of those real loss reported figures. That's the baseline for calculating the performance standard. But if a utility, for example, has a positive value in 2016, a negative 2017, and another positive 2018, we would throw out the 2017 and use the average of those 2 years as a way to calculate the standard. That will hopefully, we'll see when the 2018 data comes in, deal with some, if not all, of the systems that currently have negative losses. Now, the larger group of systems falls into the improbable category. And those are systems with reported values of real loss below 20 gallons per connection per day. And as we've explained before and as we've documented here, when we look out nationally, we term this improbable because of the other systems that have been analyzed, and when we look at this national data set, there are not a handful, just 2 out of 63 that actually had a sound basis for showing that they had losses below 20 gallons per connection per day. And so, again, what we've essentially done here is said, okay, for the systems, and there are several dozen, I think we have somewhere in the vicinity of 80 or so, that have reported in 2016 and 2017 levels of real loss below 20 gallons per connection per day, that we want additional documentation. And so the proposal, as it stands today, is that we would take those numbers, but that we would require additional substantiation of those numbers. And we would do that through what we call an informational order that would require those utilities to submit some additional data to substantiate those low values. Again, because we've looked, it is not impossible to have levels below 20 gallons per connection per day. It is highly unlikely. So we just want to make sure that when we're talking about 20+% of the entire population of California urban water suppliers that currently are reporting those levels, that is real. And again, we'll see once the 2018 audits come in whether that actually changes the equation. That's number 4. And I think we'll leave some of these other inputs to the model. I'll leave those to Kartiki to explain when she runs through. So again, before I open it up for discussion, I just want to make a few points to underscore. Part of the reason why we didn't release any draft numbers ahead of today's workshop was we don't want to release draft numbers until we've got 2018 data. 2018 data is coming in soon. That gives us 3 years upon which to establish a baseline for setting standards. We think having 3 years, which was contemplated by the legislation, which says that the board would not undertake the rulemaking prior to 2019, is appropriate. 2, it gives us more time to develop this model. This is the first iteration of this model. No other jurisdiction that we're aware of internationally has undertaken an effort the way California is undertaking right now to set really custom standards, if you will, for water loss for all of their utilities. And so, as usual, being on the forefront means having to work through more issues and set the pace. We have developed this first model. We think it can definitely use some refinement. That's why we set a comment period, and we will work on that based on the feedback we receive from all of you and others. So that's the second reason for not issuing proposed standards yet. And so, again, looking ahead, we have a comment period, and then we will come back with an updated version that utilities can enter their own data in to the extent that they have it to look at what would a standard look like. And we will then sort of go from there with the rulemaking process. So today, what we really want to do is have a discussion about the various inputs to the model, get reactions, think through some of these issues, and again, then we will digest all of your written formal comments once you send them to us. So before we go and dive into the model, I want to pause here and having sort of gone through these foundational pillars of how we've set this up, open it up to questions and discussion.
This is Casey from East Bay Mud. Thanks, Max. I'm wondering if the utilities will be using the average of their 3 years of water audit data to enter into the model, or will the state be doing that?
So I think the state would do that. And again, if one of those 3 years was an outlier because it was negative, we would take that out. But that would be the basis. The utility would then fill in the other parameters or the other inputs to the model to see what it comes out with.
So should we use those 3 years as the period by which we average?
Yes. we are webcasting, so that's the reason, just as a reminder, why you've got to wait for the microphone. Otherwise, no one on the web will be able to hear you.
Thanks. This is Ed Osan with NRDC. Max, you had mentioned that the staff was proposing to use the customer retail cost as an assignment of the value of saved water. For our part, we certainly support the idea of exploring and identifying a value that does not stop at the variable production costs. I think that's certainly appropriate for the overwhelming majority of retail water suppliers in California. You had mentioned that the current retail unit cost includes a future capital component, and my reaction to that is not necessarily. I think part of the rap on water utility rulemaking from economists is that it is, in fact, tends to be backward-looking rather than forward-looking, and I think I pointed this out in a previous workshop. Probably 10 to 15 years ago, the California Urban Water Conservation Council developed a tool for use by utilities with their own data to to calculate the avoided cost of water, basically to assign a value to saved water. And it was intended to capture not only the variable production cost, which tends to be the easy part, but also that a capital component for potential future investments. And so I think perhaps it would be good if the staff were open to alternatives to CRUC, the retail unit cost, that would better capture the future-looking capital component that can be appropriately assigned to saved water.
I think we are open to that. As you're probably aware, and as I suspect many of you in the room are aware, the PUC did a rulemaking on water energy a few years back and looked at this issue in that context and essentially assigned the value of indirect potable reuse as the avoided cost component. That, as all of these things was controversial, but that was one alternate way. So we did look. I think we are open to other approaches. We do want to make sure we're capturing the avoided cost component here, and variable production cost clearly doesn't do that. So we also want to do something that is not overly complex in terms of how to get at that. The nice thing about CRUC, not the best acronym, is that it's one value. But I think that's definitely something we're interested in hearing alternate approaches and considering those. Thanks.
Hi, Sue Mossberg, Sweetwater Authority. You mentioned the 2018 data several times and that is coming in here in just a few days. In looking at how this data could potentially play out, it's noticed that even the 2017 data isn't fully available and posted to where we can run the numbers and see what this impact is across the various agencies throughout the state. So I'm just wondering if you can speak to maybe the timing and how those of us that are trying to look at how this affects not only our utility, but several others, how we can help with that.
Yeah. Well, as you know, the audit data is initially submitted to the department. And Todd Thompson from the department is here. I'm not going to put him on the spot right now. But I think our goal is to turn it around and get it available publicly and make it accessible as quickly as possible. So I don't have an exact timeline, but I will say here that our goal is within the month, so by Halloween, to get it up. and hold us to it. Both agencies.
Hello, Max. Richard Harris, East Bay Mud. And Ed, thank you for walking some of us down memory lane with the CWCC BMP. And having thought about that, Max, I was wondering, when you looked at the retail unit cost, did you also consider modeling about the frequency that a retail unit cost would actually be an economic play, so to speak? Because as we do our water shortage assessment reports and other things, we're going to be looking at supply surplus, supply deficit, where you are.
Right.
And I would think if you were doing modeling on avoided average pricing and retail unit cost, there would be some sort of frequency modeling of that occurring. Have you looked at that?
Yeah, we haven't had a lot of time to do a whole lot of sensitivity on it yet, but that's something we want to get to. And I'm glad you raised that, Richard, because one of the other things, and I didn't mention it at the outset here, is one of the other sort of base parameters we're proposing is an 8.2% annual inflation rate for the cost of water. And again, the basis for that is looking at studies that have looked at the larger utilities and what the increases have been over the past decade or so, and looking ahead and knowing what all of the drivers of increased costs, whether they're on the water quality side, the infrastructure side, data requirements, other requirements, right? Scarcity, the need to invest in supply, all of these things are driving the cost of water at a rate much higher than inflation, which I know all of you know. And so while that 8% figure may sound high, we think it is absolutely reasonable. But that is one of the other input values that we did spend some time looking at.
Good morning, Max. You may have covered this earlier. I came in a little late, so I apologize. The use of the customer's retail costs really jumped out at me as something way out of line. Like, it just is inconceivable that you'd even consider it. Because if we look at water efficiency programs, conservation programs, had we used that 25 years ago when we started the council and all that, we would have never done anything because nothing would be cost effective to do. So I would highly recommend that you don't go anywhere near using the customer's retail and you use our avoided cost. And as someone else pointed out over here, if you've got capital costs coming that could be avoided, for sure include those, but absolutely not include the customer's retail cost.
Yeah, hi, Max Kardiki. Todd Thompson with Department of Water Resources. I just wanted a point of clarity. All of the audits that are submitted to the department are immediately available on our website in WUI data. And there are 2018 coming in right now. Those are currently available. And there's going to be more coming in, obviously, through October 1. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Todd. I think right, so they're all there, as you know. It's a question of putting them all together.
Morning, Max. Terrence McCarthy with LADWP. Just a quick question on the standards timeline. Previously, in other workshops, it had been mentioned that the adjustment period would be a 7-year time frame, but in the latest documentation, it came out that the adjustment period is going to be a 2-year time frame. Can you provide some clarity on that?
So we've never mentioned a 7-year adjustment time frame. The way the framework is laid out is that there's 2 standards, a 2027 and a 2035. The adjustment period for the 2027 standard is 2021 and 2022. That is, by the end of 2022, whether you've gotten an adjustment or no, you've got a standard that's in effect for 2027. That's the enforceable standard, right? Then in 2027, there's another adjustment period for the 2035 figure, and therefore by sometime in 2028, utilities would know what their 2035 number is.
Good morning, Max and Kartiki. Charlotte Hollifield with Camarosa Water District. Thank you for the presentation. And I just wanted to go back to the 8.2% figure that you cited, Max. In the literature, it's Circle of Blue is cited as the source for that. Of course, they survey 30 of the largest cities around the country. As you said earlier, California is different in that way. And they do surveys over a number of years. So can you just go into a little bit more detail as to how that 8.2% figure was developed?
Sure, I'm going to let Kartiki answer that one.
So this figure is actually developed from California cities. This is from 5 California cities, 2 Northern California and 3 Southern California. They range from around 5 to 11%, and that's how we came up with this 8% number. So it's a California-based number.
And we are aware that AWWA Cal Nevada does with Raftelis, the survey every other year, which covers roughly half of the utilities or the larger utilities in the state. We did look at that when we were thinking about this value.
Danielle Blassett-Hayden with CMUA. Good morning. Another question about timing. From what we understand and what you've mentioned today, water utilities will be filling out a large portion of the information, and then the water board will also input some of the information. I know that the deadline for setting these standards is July 2020. So when are the when's the model going to be done? When are the utilities supposed to input the information? Is that all supposed to happen before July?
I mean, ideally, our intent is to meet our statutory deadline. However, we are where we are right now, and we're focused on getting a robust model together and pulling all of our regulatory documents together so that when we do issue the formal rulemaking, it is on sound, solid foundation. And so the timeline, as I mentioned a little at the outset, what we're trying to do is take in comments on this initial model, make revisions based on those comments, and then incorporate the 2018 audit data as well in terms of setting baselines. And then doing that, be able to go back out to all of you and say, okay, here's the updated model, here's the 3-year average for setting a baseline, and here's what we would propose. Whether we do that as part of the formal rulemaking or whether we have another informal comment period before we do the formal rulemaking is still to be decided. Just for those who may be not super familiar with rulemakings, the clock, as it were, starts ticking once we issue the formal rulemaking. We're supposed to then have it done within 365 days from issuance. But essentially, the formal rulemaking just includes the actual regulatory text, proposed standards, the CEQA documentation, and economic and fiscal analysis. So that all goes together. And then there are formal comment periods. CEQA has its own requirements for comment. And then the rulemaking will have essentially as many comment periods as we need to resolve the issues. It starts with a 45-day period, and then we can have essentially consecutive 15-day comment periods once we make revisions based on that first 45-day comment period. So we are, again, our intent is to meet our statutory deadline, but certainly we think we will be able to have standards adopted by the board, even given where we are now by the end of next year. So, in the near term, what we're focused on is looking at the 2018 data, looking through all the feedback we get on this initial version of the model, turning that back around so that the subsequent version of the model incorporates the 2018 data and the feedback we've gotten today and through the written comment period. So that will be our starting point.
This is Amy Talbot from Regional Water Authority. I wanted to recommend not using the customer retail unit cost to value water loss. I think it overvalues the water loss and will inaccurately assess the cost effectiveness of water loss reduction actions to the point where if everything's cost effective, then nothing is cost effective. We really want to tailor in what is doable. I could see using the retail cost if the systems are at capacity, but to my knowledge, and the systems I'm familiar with, not many are. And so in that case, I don't think there's going to be capturing the water loss is not going to delay any additional capital facilities by using the retail unit cost. I could see using avoided cost because that can be incorporated. It seems like the assumptions for the model are based on the worst case scenario. And I know that's probably where you want to start, and I know you're going to make modifications to it, but that's just my observation. Also, the AWWA audit form uses variable reduction costs to assess real losses and retail unit costs to assess apparent losses, which I think is more appropriate and more in line with what the state should be doing.
Thanks. Just to on that last point, as we've documented, the AWWA manual makes the distinction between utilities that are near capacity or have shortage issues and those that aren't, vis-a-vis the variable versus customer retail unit cost. Again, as I mentioned earlier, I think we're open on this one, but we really want to make sure we're capturing that avoided cost component in a really meaningful way. Two other points. I know worst case scenario is sort of a way of saying, okay, you're sort of maybe overinflating the numbers. I think we have a long history over the past several decades throughout society about understating the numbers. So maybe we're starting at overstating, but I think we have sort of a reason for that. And the last piece of this, I think, that needs to be resolved here, right, is I'm hearing on the one hand, it's too high, and then I'm hearing on the other hand, well, if we had used that, then we would have never done any water conservation. So both of those things cannot be true. Ed
Osan with NRDC. Regarding timelines and which have been alluded to here, and you mentioned we are where we are, and the model has been, the very first version of the model has been available for barely a week. We recognize a certain amount of unease among potential users of this. And actually, we share some concerns about that because we haven't had access to it up until it was released last week either. And I'm wondering if you could allay some of this by considering that since 2021 and 2022 are sort of designated as adjustment periods, whether the rule that will be adopted next year could in some way make allowance for the board through notice and comment to provide upgrades for the model for a version 2.0 or version 3.0 that might be available for use. And it could be a variety of improvements. It could be better accommodation of data, or it could be ease of use for users, or, I mean, it's kind of hard to predict how the model might be improved because nobody's really had a chance to use it. But undoubtedly, there will be opportunities for improving it over time. And can you structure the rule that would be adopted next year to give you kind of a spaceholder opportunity for revisions in 21 and 22 following notice and comment to give people a chance to look at it and give you feedback?
It's something we'll take a look at. We have to obviously see what is sort of legally permissible. We can't sort of have serial rulemaking. So But we did set those adjustment periods in the framework as a way to ensure that if and when utilities have better data, in those 2 years, they can come back to the board with that data, and we can make adjustments. You're talking about adjusting the model.
You might have a better model in a year or
Which
two.
we might have a better model too. So it's something we'll take a look at.
Richard Harris, East Bay Mud again. Hi, Max. In the spirit of this recent conversation, is it your intention to, after you see the 2018 data and you look at the 3-year averages and you start looking at the model and you get that information out, is it your intent to have at least I know there's a pilot group of utilities, been working with the model researchers, but to get that in advance out in the market into the community stakeholders before the formal rulemaking, or is it your intention that they come one and the same? Because I think the points that Ed raises, whether it's data or modeling, it's really nice to test drive before you back yourself into a tight framework.
Sure. Yeah, we don't want to back ourselves into any proverbial corners, but I think we're going to have to look and see what we get back on this initial version of the model and think about how we respond to that and what changes we make before we figure out sort of whether we would then go out with another pre-rulemaking version or not.
Hi, Kristen, Conch Costa Water. So this email came from the state board staff about saying that the model was originally developed by UC Davis and has been modified by state board staff. Can you expand on that and what changes were made to it?
Sure. As many of you know, we did contract with UC Davis to help us develop this model. But the model, as I went through, is informed by some sort of key policy decisions. And those are being made by the board in its regulatory capacity, right? So these issues around the cost of water and how to value that and the discount rate and some of these other foundational issues, those are board staff decisions about how to use the model, essentially. And so those decisions, plus some other small modifications, and Kartiki will talk about those, are the reason why we're here presenting, because it's our model, right? It's our regulatory process. UC Davis did help to build it, but the model we're sharing today is the staff's initial version of the model based on all of those inputs and those decisions. Yeah. Oh, okay. Maybe we'll do one more in the room and then we'll go online.
Hey Max, Ryan Stern with OSO. Just a technical question. What happens if the model sets your standard that is below 20 gallons per connection per day, or is that impossible?
Are you saying if a hypothetical utility started at, say, 22 and the model said go to 18?
Go 18, go 15.
Yeah. Well, I mean that we would take as a valid result, right? Because the starting point is not as improbable as it would be if they were starting at 15, right? Now we understand the 20 per gallon per connection cutoff is arbitrary in a sense, but again, it's not completely arbitrary. It is based on looking at this national data set and seeing that, again, only 2 out of 63 utilities that have been tracking their water losses since 2011 had values below 20. So the idea is if a utility is starting in the low mid 20s, then we'll take that. The model may say you should get down to 18, 19. Then we think, again, if the model's good, then that's a reasonable level of achievement for that utility that's already starting pretty low. But again, if a utility is saying, based on their current data, that they're starting at 17, we're not throwing it out. We're just saying we want that backed up with some additional documentation.
And additionally, if a utility is at 25, and it's possible that that data doesn't make sense, they could look at that data and come back to us with an adjustment, and then the standard would be modified.
Right, so the key difference, again, for the above 20s and the below 20s, everyone has a chance to come ask for an adjustment. The below 20s are just automatically tracked into, show us some additional data to substantiate your value. Who's got the mic? Oh.
Just real quick, Max, do you have any insight on what that additional data would be based on our 2018 water loss audit? We would kind of fall into that category. Greg Bundesen with Sac Suburban Water. So I'm just kind of wondering what additional data you'll need. That way I can start preparing for the future.
So the estimate is kind of sensitive to the large volumes that go into the audit. So for example, how much you produce, how much is billed. Some of the assumptions that come in, say firefighting flows, are comparatively small amounts. So if I were to give like a broad idea, the requirements would be kind of tied to those larger volumes, where if you have been doing regular meter testing, calibration, and you know that, yes, this is the amount of water that's going in, your customer meters are accurate enough, then that would be an evidence which would say that your water loss audit is accurate.
I see one back there and one up here.
If you're one of the agencies with the less than 20 gallons per connection water loss, and you're given this higher target, how are you going to monitor compliance with that?
So to clarify, for utilities with values between 0 and 20, we're not proposing to give them the higher value. We're simply proposing to, as we just explained, ask for some additional documentation to justify that lower value. Again, in the form of an order, tell us more specifically about your meter testing program, how it is you're confident in those large volumes in your system, for example. The only utilities that would get a number assigned to them are the ones with negative real loss values. And again, part of our hope is that when 2018 data comes in, that group, which is relatively small now, I believe it's under 20 total, will shrink even further because then we'll have 3 years, and if only one of those years of data is negative and the other 2 are positive, then we can draw from those 2 positive years. We won't have to assign those utilities a starting number because they'll have 2 years of valid data. Oh, I think we were, all right, we'll come down here next. Yeah.
Fiona Sanchez with Irvine Ranch Water District. So in terms of the low levels of water loss and also negative losses, there are a couple of things that can actually contribute to that it doesn't mean that the water utility data is erroneous. So one thing is that, and it's been acknowledged that the AWA software is based on national data primarily and the algorithms, and it may not be appropriate, particularly in the case of how it calculates your basic background water loss, your background leakage that's unavoidable, and it overstates that, particularly for utilities that have relatively new water systems or newer infrastructure. So if your background water loss is overstated, your real water loss is going to be understated, and you could have a very low levels of loss. And I think particularly for California utilities, that is more likely to be the case if you're using a national model. So that's one problem and I think the underlying assumption that our data is wrong or inaccurate or these levels of loss are improbable may not be the case in California. So, and then secondly, going to negative levels of water loss, it can also be a function of water sources over which utilities don't have necessarily control when we switch from groundwater, for example, to imported water and otherwise, and those meters are not our meters and we don't have capability to calibrate them. And so we notice fluctuations in our levels of loss and even have dipped into the negative. But all of our data has been validated, and we're very comfortable with the data that we have, and the pieces that contribute potentially to that are outside of our control. So it would appear that by setting an artificial standard of 37 would be really inappropriate, particularly given the fact that the underlying assumptions in the model itself and other places may be inappropriate.
Yeah, so let me speak to that. So again, the proposal here doesn't say that under 20 is impossible, and if a system can document, well, we think that because of reasons, A, B, C, it's the background leakage issue that's being overstated here, then assuming the justification is sound, the number stays. Likewise, for the negative number systems, if they can say, well, these negative numbers are a result of this or that or the other, and there's documentation, and they've got a better approach to setting a number that's a positive number, then we can go with that. The purpose of this framework is just to say overall, and it is based on national data, but there is some California inclusion in that data. It is unlikely, improbable, that a utility would have under 20. And so the purpose of the framework is just to say we're gonna ask for some substantiation of that before we use that as a basis for actually setting standards.
Chris Olaf, Tulane Young. In regards to the agencies that are going to already have low levels of loss, is there going to be some minimum threshold beyond which they aren't required to spend more money if they've already been spending it over the past decade getting lost to a certain level? Is there going to be some kind of...
Well, the threshold, the way this works, and we've mentioned this in prior workshops, right, is this is an economic model that looks at benefits and costs. If the cost of obtaining that next increment of savings outweighs the benefits, then there's no rationale for doing it, right? So a system, let's say a system that is at 20, for example, and they run the model, and there's no benefit from going to 20 to 19, their standard is effectively what their current situation, right? That there is no requirement to reduce further. And we'll talk about this some more after break when we run through the model. But the analogy that I like to use here when it comes to sort of looking at this is a domestic one. It's sort of like keeping your sink clean. So if you let the dishes pile up in the sink, there are a lot of consequences to that. But if you let them pile up for a day or two or three, then you can wash your dishes and get a lot more benefit from, oh, I cleaned all the dishes. Look at all those dishes over there. So you can think about the dishes as leaks. And so we'll talk about sort of that some more when we talk about leak survey frequency. But the reason I'm bringing it up now is this issue about, again, if a utility has kept the sink clean, and if they've been on top of their leaks, the model's going to show that. And the model is going to show that it's not economically reasonable for them to do additional leak reduction. Yeah.
Just very briefly, this is Ed Osan on a point of clarification. On this issue of impossible, improbable values, you're looking at the reported real losses per service connection per day, right?
That's right.
Okay. A moment ago, it was proposed that background losses might have some kind of a regional component to them that would make it less applicable somehow in California. Be that as it may, the background losses, I think, come into play in the calculation of the economic level of losses. But again, to be clear, what you're looking at on these impossible, improbable numbers are simply the real losses per service connection per day as reported.
That's correct. And those, I see a point where the background losses come later into the picture when we look at the economics of it, or we try to figure out what the ILI is.
Amy Talbot, Regional Water Authority. This is a comment stemmed off of Elizabeth's comment about compliance. So it's my understanding that these AWWA audits are kind of living documents. And, we're tracking, let's say, gallons per connection per day over time. I have a concern that, let's say, there's 7 years before you meet your target. But from a year to year, you could put $5–10 million worth of water loss, and it may not show up on the audit itself. You might still have the same number for gallons per connection per day, because during that time, other leaks got in there. You changed some assumptions that you're building the audit on. You raise your validity score, and you realize that the information you've been based on is no longer true. So you change these kind of background, other components of the audit over years. What happens if that happens? And I have no idea what the probability or how many agencies that would happen to. But I do know that from year to year, an agency's validity score, gallons per connection per day, all of that changes, and you're tracking it over time, hoping it'll go down presumptually. But there's probably sometimes within that 7 years, it'll go up and down and might drastically go up and down. And at the end of the compliance period, how do you know you've met your target? Let's say an agency misses it by 10 gallons per connection per day, but they've done $10 million worth of work. It's kind of hard for me, does that mean they're in compliance, or because they actually did the work and their numbers don't show it? Do you kind of see the conundrum here?
Here's what I'll say. This type of question has come up before, and I know some of you never like the answer, but the answer is the board exercises enforcement discretion, right? So and we do things progressively. So you're looking, if we think it's 2025 and the last 3 years of data are they're just a little off, they're all over the place, probably, we're going to issue an information order, and then we're going to sit down and say, okay, what do we think is accounting for this? The board always has the ability to not enforce if we think that the utility has effectively done everything it could to meet the standard. As we mentioned in a prior workshop, right, we also do have contemplated variances for the natural disaster category of the big fire, earthquake type of event that would affect a utility's ability to meet its standards. So we're going to look. We're going to issue information orders where needed, and we wouldn't get to the sort of compliance enforcement piece of conservation orders or anything else unless we were sure that the utility was clearly not meeting the standard, and we really and there's documentation that sort of they hadn't done enough. It's the same way we handled things during the drought with the conservation standards. It's the way we do compliance assessment.
Max, this is Carl Sharkey here with Xylem. Just for clarity, maybe I'm missing something, but so in the audit, the real losses are valued at the variable production cost, and now we're doing the benefits at the customer retail unit cost. So the benefits accrued from your water loss programs will far outstrip what's stated in the audit. Is that right?
The audit has a provision for selecting the customer retail unit cost.
So that's my follow-on question. Is that now going to become the standard for all water audits? So we're consistent?
Well, both values are reported in the audit, right? The audit has an input value for variable production cost and customer retail unit cost. We're not proposing to change what's reported in the audit, but for the purpose of calculating the standards, as we put out for discussion today, we're proposing using the customer retail unit cost. We may revise that based on feedback, but again, the core component we're trying to capture here is avoided cost, right? We're trying to look at direct cost and avoided cost when we do that benefit calculation.
Fiona Sanchez for the Ren Ranch Water District. And sorry, we had to be in another hearing next door too, so I don't know if anyone's brought this up maybe. In terms of the costs, one of the concerns that we have about the staff's proposal is the use of the retail cost in terms of calculating avoided costs. That could include fixed costs, it could include other volumetric related costs. Agencies have many different costs that they assess. It could include sewer and other things. So it doesn't seem that that would be an appropriate metric to use for valuing the avoided costs, and instead a variable production cost would be more appropriate. So I don't know if you already touched on this, so I apologize. It's hard to be in two places at once.
We did, and we've heard similar concerns. This is the cooler meeting than whatever's going on over there.
Terrence McCarthy with LEDWP. I was wondering if the 2027 water loss target will only be enforced as part of the urban water objective as a whole?
No. So some of you followed legislation that was signed a couple weeks ago by the governor, SB 134, which essentially sort of sets out the parameters for how we look at compliance. And the first thing we look at is the water loss standard. And so we will be looking independently at the water loss standard. And if we think there's a compliance issue there, we will, at our discretion, as I mentioned, initiate progressive compliance actions. If we think that a water system is on track with its water loss standard, but is missing its annual efficiency objective due to one of the other two components or the combination of the other two components, that is the customer side, the indoor and the outdoor standards, then we would look over there. But we wouldn't, right, there will be no double jeopardy. There will be no enforcing on water loss and on the one hand, and then enforcing on the efficiency standards on the other hand. But again, there is an order to it as specified in the legislation, which is we're looking at water loss independently and first. Oh, we had a couple from the web, right? And we'll do those and then we'll take a break.
So how will the board handle agencies with 2 years of negative losses instead of 1? Could the data from 1 year of probable losses be used for model inputs?
Potentially. I mean, our proposal, again, is that if there were 2 or 3 years of negative losses, that's where we would set an agency at that 37 median. But if that agency could make a case that 1 year of a positive value is actually a good reason or is justifiable as a basis, we could look at that. Again, it's not our current proposal, but we're open to feedback on that one.
How is the proposed model different from the AWWA component analysis? So I'm going to answer this. Yeah. We have one of the developers of the AWWA component analysis here, so jump in if you want to. This model really looks at the economic level of leakage. What the component analysis does is looks kind of, it's a way of maintaining and recording your leakage data, looking at your various components in your infrastructure, distribution infrastructure, and eventually, based on those data and a basic pressure data or basic system costs, figure out which of those four arrows that we have been looking at, which contribute towards water loss control, should the focus be on. So it's a very kind of broad way of looking at your system and figuring out where the focus should be. Regarding the meter testing portion of the model, how can a system test a large commercial mag meter, say 10 inches, that is in service 365 days a year? For example, something that never shuts down, it could cause economic impacts. So just to clarify, the draft economic model that we are proposing deals with real loss, and there is no meter testing portion in the model. But to kind of substantiate these losses, which are below 20 gallons per connection per day, meter test results and calibration results could be used as evidence or additional supplementary documentation. And if there is a way that there are issues with that, we could look at those issues where some things are just not possible to look at. For example, this particular meter would be, it would be really a high cost meter to test. So we would have some wiggle room for that. So I guess Sophia Marcus sent me a few questions and they were answered in the room. Does the new model take place of the AWWA software? No, it does not. The AWWA software helps you figure out what your water loss is. You take that water loss, add a few more input values to figure out what your economic level of water loss should be in 2027.
Okay, so I think it's a good time to take a break. So it's almost 10 to, let's just be back at 11 and we will then run through the model.
It's 11:04. Let's start back up. Okay, so we released this model with the 2 documents on September 16th. It's been a week, so some of you might not have had the chance to look at this. So the goal here is to kind of break it down for you so that when you look at this in the next 3 weeks, you'll be able to see what's where and where the calculations and iterations are happening and which kind of input values affect what. So that's the goal here, to break it down for you so that you can have an easier time looking at the model so that we can have some very constructive comments. So I've just opened up the model we shared on September 16th, and what has changed here. One, the model description is some of the things we've talked about today morning. Some of them are in the documents. There might be a few superficial changes. So this is a model that is modified by us. So we have made some policy proposals here and modified the model. So there are several tabs in the model, and I will kind of go back and forth here a little bit. I'll have some visual aids for you, so bear with me. To break down the input page of the model, this is a past actions block or section where we've kind of incorporated the cost of hydraulic models for pressure management. And this, as you must have seen in the document, is something that we are seeking feedback for. So I'll go in detail in the specific inputs that are here, but let me just kind of give you the lay of the land. So these are past actions. Then there are some general kind of utility-specific inputs, which include losses, ILI, mileage. Some of them, most of them are from the audit. Some of them are from literature values. For example, the marginal energy intensity. The percentage of pipes that are rigid essentially means how many pipes are plastic versus non-plastic. And again, I'll kind of give you the detailed explanation of why. So these are kind of the system characteristics that go in here. And then there are some costs-based input values here. What it costs today to do a leak detection survey for your system, for example. Pressure logging costs, pressure reduction costs. Here, in model assumptions are the default values that have to do with your benefits. So there is time horizon, discount rate. These we discussed this morning. And we are considering the social cost of carbon. How much of carbon emissions does it put out there when you extract or produce that additional acre foot of water? So all these right here kind of tie in the benefits. And doing a little bit of back and forth here, so we were at the input page, and what happens here on the benefits calculation tab, so there are several tabs, and one of them is calculation of benefits as you scroll through. These values and these equations are used to calculate benefits for each additional acre foot of water loss reduced. And this is then used for the cost benefit analysis. So scrolling back to the input page. So several of these general system characteristics you are familiar with. Total real losses would be an average of the 2016, 17, and 18 values. The infrastructure leakage index is something that your audit calculates, would also be, by definition, again, an average. Your total system mileage is something that you report in the audit. The UARL, the customer retail unit cost. Currently, the customer retail unit cost input is an average of the 3 values from 2016 to 18. Number of connections from the audits. The marginal energy intensity is the energy required to produce that extra acre-feet of water. We talked a little bit about percent of pipes that are rigid, and the way this is used is this kind of features in when you try to figure out how pressure affects your system. So in an infrastructure, in a distribution system, if you have the higher the pressure, the more strained your system is, and the more flexible your pipe, the higher the amount of leakage. It's an industry-established theory, and there are equations which kind of quantify this. So moving, these were the general kind of system and system-wide input values. So moving on to more specific leakage inputs. This is where you would input your basic leak profile, and I'll go a little bit into that. And this is where you would input a basic pressure profile for your system. So looking at this column right here, what it's asking for is if you've done a leak detection survey before, you would have your leaks, and you would probably have had measured a flow rate for each leak. And there are methods to do this. So the AWWA M36 manual also suggests, based on the size of the leak that you find, what the flow rate for that leak would be. And those could be used here when you input these values. Now, it's possible that you haven't conducted a leak detection survey this very year. In that case, we probably need to incorporate what happened since that last leak detection survey. So this is your current year. This is what you would input, is when your last leak detection survey was. So for this example, so I filled in a few example values so that we can kind of see how it looks like. But say for this system, the last leak detection survey was conducted in 2016, and they are doing this every 3 years. So they are doing a system-wide leak detection survey every 3 years. So the last leak detection survey was completed in 2016. The time passed between the last and previous one. So they are doing this on a 3-year basis. So it's 3 years. And how much was the recent percent of system surveyed? So since they're surveying a third of their system every year, it's about 33%. Now, if for this system, the default assumption is that it's a uniformly spread out kind of leakage profile. So one zone does not leak more than the other. That's the beginning assumption. So what that does here, so what this means, the most recent percent of leaks found in this survey. So this survey, again, was done in 2016 over a third of your system, and they covered, and they found about 33% of the leaks there. So what this number essentially means is, to give you an example, if I change this 33 to 50 here, what it means is, you know from past leak detection efforts that this particular area that you surveyed produces 50% of the leaks in the system. So there is a way to input it here. Otherwise, if you have no idea about that, you would just add a 33.33. So just for the sake of this example and to show you how the back end kind of works, I'm going to add in a 50 here. Let's assume that the system, this portion of the system produces 50% of the leakage. So going into the weeds here a little bit, the model takes this data and kind of plugs it here in the back end where I have an explanation prepared for you. So what it does is you have a leak profile, and that leak profile is from 2016, but you want to project it to 2019. So what the model does is it is assuming a constant rate of rise of leakage. So assuming that your leakage increases at a constant rate every year, it kind of picks out 3 values. So every third value from your leak detection profile, it selects that to estimate how much the rate of rise of leakage each year would be. So the way this is done is it takes every third value so that the model is not biased towards higher flow leaks or lower flow leaks. It covers the whole range that you have. So that's kind of determining the rate of rise of leakage in 1 year from the leak detection profile you found in 2016. Now that rate of rise of leakage is projected out to 3 years to create a profile for you for 2019. So each of that leak which was picked out, which represents low flow leaks and high flow leaks, is projected for those 3 years between 2016 and 2019. For example, you have 11, 2, 0.5, and 0.1, which were picked out here. So this leak occurs in 2017. Then it would occur again in 2018, and it would occur again in 2019, which makes 3 leaks of that flow rate. So that's how this leakage profile is developed. Now, how does, if you do know that zone, you for example, targeted that zone because it's high leakage, right? And it leaks, it represents about 50% of the system leakage. So then it's projected to the entire system by multiplying it by 2. And this is used to calculate this is what goes into your cost benefit analysis. So what the model then does is, all right, so to fix these leaks, these 2 or 3 leaks that amount to 22 gallons per minute, what is the cost to fix those leaks? So what the model does is, once you have this leakage profile, it assumes that the largest leaks are targeted first. It calculates the cost of targeting that first leak, detecting and repairing it. Then it goes to the next leak and next leak and so on. And the model calculates this for the entire profile and compares the benefits for detecting and repairing that each leak. So for this particular kind of component, the leak detection component, when it does that for each leak, you can see when it no longer remains cost effective. So essentially, when the costs exceed the benefits for a particular leak, that's when it stops becoming cost effective. And going back to the inputs. So this is how it would be if you have a past leak detection survey. If you have a leak detection survey where you've conducted it such that your real loss reflects it. So you have your audit for 2019, and you have an estimate for your real losses. So if you conducted a leak detection survey this year and repaired all those leaks, then you could check this box. What it does, it resets the model such that because all the leaks were detected and repaired this year, there is no more, it's no longer cost effective to invest in leak detection. So the model incorporates that. Another thing that the model incorporates is whatever you're detecting in this past leak survey has already been taken care of. So it kind of removes those values from what you do need to take care of. So moving on to the pressure zone information. So what this component takes in values on your various pressure zones. And if you do have a hydraulic model, then you probably know what the target pressures should be. And just looking at it very straightforward, what you would input is what's your pipe length for each zone, what are the number of connections, pressure, what's the minimum pressure required, and what your target pressure would be. And this is if you've done some spade work before where you already know that this should be your target pressure. But there are several systems that have not been able to invest in a hydraulic model and have not looked at what their target pressure should be. So we looked at default values that could be input based on the case studies we looked at. So these default values were, if a system is between 80 and 100 psi, a reduction of 10% would be possible across the system. And I'll explain this bit. And for systems which are above 100, a reduction average operational pressure of 15% is possible. So this is looking at case studies that have implemented pressure management, and it's not always a system-wide implementation, right? So you don't always reduce the pressure in all your pressure zones. It's sometimes not feasible to do that. So this is keeping in mind that certain pressure zones would be really up there, high enough, where you could focus your attention and bring down the pressure for that zone such that the average system pressure then goes down. So again, there is a flexibility kind of embedded in here where you would know where to focus your attention in terms of pressure management and get your average pressure down if they are above these values. Again, these are not required or prescribed. These are kind of assumptions which help us understand what's feasible and what's not. Similarly, for leakage, we have, if you have a leak detection survey in place already, then sure. But otherwise, we talked about some additional data that we collected from 10 urban water suppliers, and we used those to kind of create these default leakage profiles. And you will see in the model as well, these could be incorporated in the model based on your ILI and system length. So if your infrastructure leakage index, which represents your leakage, and your system mileage, which represents the size of your system, the product of those, if they fall in a certain category, then you would be able to pick your profile. For example, if you have a high leakage and if you have a large system, then you would have profile 3. If you have a relatively small system, lower leakage, you will have profile 1. So these are from additional data we collected in case there are no leak detection surveys that have been conducted in your system. So once these are all input and so we saw some back end for the leak detection results. And for the pressure reduction, once you enter these data, what the model does is ranks those pressure zones in the order that there is more recovery of leakage for the top pressure zone. And it does a similar thing that it did for those leaks. So it goes pressure zone by pressure zone and figures out what the costs are, what the benefits are, and matches them up. So these, particularly for pressure management, if you do not have a hydraulic model already, then those costs are then added in, which is what these past actions, which is what this checkbox is for. So if you do not have a hydraulic model, then that is probably something that you might have to develop. Again, we are seeking input on that. There is pressure logging costs that are included, and there is pressure reduction costs. Now, the question is, when you have these default pressure values, what we are proposing to do for figuring out costs is, especially for pressure reduction, since it's a system-wide estimate, we are applying those costs of implementing pressure reduction to half the number of zones. So if you have 20 zones, then those costs would be applied to 10 zones, because the assumption here is that if you have a system-wide pressure of 90 psi, then half your zones would be above it, half your zones would be below it, just by the definition of average. And this is something that we would like your input on. So once these are input, it compares the cost and benefits in this tab, the calculation of results, for each acre-foot saved, and then it arrives at a total reduction for acre-foot based on what you have from leak detection repair and pressure reduction, and calculates a standard. So this is kind of breaking down the model for you. There are certain questions that need to be addressed. One is, this model includes leak detection and pressure management. It does not include preventative pipe replacement. And preventative pipe replacement is one of the key approaches for water loss control, which has been established in the industry, is in the AWWA model, but it's relatively high cost. It's also done for various reasons. Water loss control is not the only reason for implementing preventative pipe replacement. There are risk factors associated with it. If it's under a light rail station, that would have higher priority. If some other public works department is doing some work around a cluster of pipes, then probably that's what dictates the frequency of replacing those pipes. So there are so many factors that go in this, but then we would like to know what is the best way to incorporate benefits of pipe replacement that for water loss control. So pipe replacement does reduce an amount of water loss, and how do we best incorporate it here? We saw that I did use this in the example as well, but currently these would be the default values where we are assuming, based on what we've looked at, what's happened in those leak detection case studies. For example, right here, so we looked at a few more of these leak detection survey durations, and these were way back in 2009, where they were able to survey a part of their system in so many days. And based on these case studies, we are assuming that it's feasible to survey a third of your system in a year. So essentially, one system-wide survey would take 3 years. But that's true for many systems. It may not be true for many large systems or even small systems. Small systems could maybe do better than this. So we would like your feedback on this particular assumption, on what's feasible and what's not. A lot of suppliers actually have been doing this unknowingly, be it for water loss control, be it for just having a good operational system in place, where they are looking at their pressure transients, and these are spikes in your pressure that can damage your pipes and cause breaks. And but this model, this draft model, does not include the effect of pressure transients on breaks and hence water loss. So it's kind of, if you really look at it, it's kind of tied to how we quantify the benefits of pipe replacement, right? How do we quantify what risks those breaks have, and how do we incorporate that in the model such that we can avoid those breaks? And the actions that you would take is pressure transient reduction and preventative pipe replacement. And those have a definite effect on water loss. So this is somewhere that we would like your input. What's the best way to quantify those benefits and costs? The draft economic model includes the costs of hydraulic modeling. And again, hydraulic modeling is a tool used by systems to figure out how their system works, to really operate their system. It's not exclusively tied to water loss. So though we have included it here in the draft model, we would like to know if your agency can monitor average pressure in each pressure zone without the use of hydraulic models. And how does your agency determine if your pressure zones have excessive pressure which cause damage to your pipes or additional leakage after meeting fire flow requirements? This is something we've already covered and talked about. Additionally, it's always interesting to know your field implementation experience. So the way, especially at the back end where we're dealing with leak detection surveys, tackling each leak as it comes and each pressure zone as it comes, is that the way field implementation works? And do you have any lessons learned for us which we could incorporate here? So with that, I will open this up for questions.
This is Ed Osan with NRDC. For the discussion on leak surveys and the data entry that you described at the outset of your presentation, is the purpose of that to establish sort of a baseline level of leakage at the outset of the evaluation period, or does it serve some other purpose beyond that?
It is an initial leakage profile, right? Yes, it does serve as a baseline. So you go from there, and what the distribution, the purpose of having each leak up there is instead of having an overall kind of reduction in leakage, what it does is look at it more realistically, where you have a benefit associated with each leak. And this is it's a baseline, it kind of reflects what actually happens, where you would go for the higher leaks first to have more of a cost-effective action. And that's why we have this broken down leak profile. So it is a baseline, and then it gives that additional kind of granularity to it.
Thank you.
Hi, this is Christina Estrella from Contra Costa Water. I had a question regarding the calculations used for the leak projection for the entire system. I actually have two questions. Folks that typically do leak projections for water distribution systems find that there are many utility-specific factors that drive leaks in specific areas, such as soil carcitivity, ground movement or shake potential, and break history. I noticed that these projections don't include any of that input, so I was wondering if you can provide any references on literature on how the calculations for that were developed. And then secondly, one thing we know about leaks is that pipes that break will break again in the future if they're not replaced. For the leak frequency part, how do you account for repairs for leaks that will likely break again in the future without replacement?
So to answer your first question, this is more of a, instead of doing extensive kind of heuristic modeling, this is more like a number crunching kind of stochastic modeling that we are trying to do to simplify it a bit. So yes, corrosivity, pipe history, all that affects leakage, but we are using this leak detection profile to kind of, that's where the assumption of constant rate of rise of leakage comes in, right? So that's essentially our core assumption here. And given a profile, we kind of take that assumption further where we calculate a rate of rise of leakage for 1 year. It could be higher, yes, if there are corrosive pipes, there are pipes getting corroded in the ground, there is a lot of transportation, it's like a transportation hub where the pipes are, it's going to break the pipes a lot more. And what essentially this is doing, the draft model, is that it's shaving off those factors essentially. So what you get is a conservative or a lower kind of estimate of what at least is cost effective. So there could be more pipe breaks, there could be more leakage. So that just means that there is more benefit in doing your leak detection survey and repairing those pipes. But this right now just assumes a constant rate of rise of leakage and does this number crunching that I described. So it's similar to kind of trying to predict based on the data you have without adding any theoretical equations to it.
I think Fiona Sanchez with Irvine Ranch. So I have quite a few comments on the leaks and also on the pressure. So I'll start, and if someone else needs a turn, maybe I can get it back later. So in terms of the leaks, if agencies are targeting their leaks in a certain area because they know they're maybe more propensity to leak, and then you're applying that same assumption to the whole system, but the whole system does not necessarily leak at the same rate, how is that accounted for in this model?
So if you actually know that, right, this is where you would add that in, where, yes, you're targeting your high leakage areas, and you know that leaks, that is 75% of your leakage. That, if you add this in, what it does, it does not linearly project. What it does is, it assumes that this area that you're targeting, which is high leakage, gets you this benefit, which is a larger benefit. But then if you apply the same costs to the entire system, it does not give you the same amount of benefit because most of your leakage lies in that area you're targeting. So it does take care of this in this input value here.
Okay, thank you. And then a couple of other comments on that. So if the leak detection survey isn't cost effective for utility to complete, because maybe they're pursuing other strategies or other water loss management activities. And I was just curious, you said there were 10 agencies that were profiled. How would an agency have the comfort to know that that profile really matches it in terms of topography, pressures, infrastructure, other water management? Will you be providing a lot more detail or background about how those profiles were developed? Because even the 10 agencies weren't specifically identified in the accompanying documentation. And I think we need to have a level of comfort that those default or profile values would be applicable, like what studies those came from. So that was a comment/question. And then frequency of survey is also another issue. It's going to vary agency to agency how frequently an agency needs to do a survey, if it's cost effective at all, because all of our economics are going to be different. So as another comment, I don't think it could be a standard assumption. And then over on the pressure side, so for the agencies that have not, so there's two things. If you have a hydraulic model, and I'm just talking, so in Irvine Ranch, we happen to have one. our target pressure, our target is basically ensuring that we are able to meet our minimum pressures. So we don't have a separate number. Our target is our minimum pressure because we have to meet that. Otherwise, we can't effectively operate our system. So then there isn't a difference in those numbers. It's optimized. But then for the agencies where you said the assumption based on average pressures, it doesn't seem that you can't use average pressure either system-wide or even in a zone, because with averages, theoretically, half the time you could be wrong. And we have to, as water agencies, operate our systems to meet our minimum pressure requirements. So you can't assume that you can reduce from an average pressure by any %, because what we have to do in operating a system is meet our minimum pressure. And if you go off averages, half the time you're not going to be able to do that. So I'm kind of concerned that that would be a default assumption based on averages when that just doesn't make any kind of engineering sense.
So these are the explanatory document provides the names of the 10 suppliers that provided data. To answer your second question or address your comment on leak detection frequency, since it's an input value, yes, you would have different frequencies, and if your system has been doing, or if you've been doing this regular leak detection, then you'd probably have a certain frequency. So again, if this is to estimate, so this is again an assumption to try to understand what's feasible and not. The frequency could be higher. Yes, you could survey it once a year or once in 2 years, and you could enter that here, and the model would tell you if it's cost effective or not. What we are doing here with defaults is this is what we think is possible, and we would like your feedback on that if it's not possible for certain systems. So there is scope for adding your utility specific value here. About the pressure, I acknowledge your comment. Yes, if basically your minimum pressure is your target pressure, you would enter it accordingly. But the key here is, again, the same idea, right? That we are trying to see what's feasible, and what we have is literature-based information. And we've seen case studies where I do not have the numbers in my head right now, but we did describe in the document how certain systems with very high pressure zones were able to reduce pressure in those particular zones. It's not, again, we do not expect it to be a system-wide reduction, but certain focused pressure management could bring down your system pressure that much.
And I guess I think that, you said in the documentation it was for areas that have very high pressure. So applying that as a default assumption for all utilities may be not a good basis for setting the feasibility. And again, our systems need to operate based on meeting minimum pressure. So any kind of assumptions need to be based on us meeting minimum pressure criteria, not average pressure criteria.
Thank you.
Hi, Chris Dunn, Contra Costa Water. So I had two kind of questions on the utility input tab. One I've sort of mentioned before, but that was you have under general customer retail cost of water in dollars per acre foot. So I think stated before that that's not an appropriate figure and it should be avoided costs. So is that where you'll just change it if, assuming you decide to change it after you receive feedback from every agency in the state? Would you just change that to, like, if we wanted to run this model and I want to plug in my avoided costs there, would that help me see the impact of you changing that?
This is where you would change it. Again, we are proposing the customer retail unit cost now, and then maybe as we get your feedback, we will work on this and have a revised model, but this is exactly where it would change, and it would change through the model.
I see. Okay.
And to add to that, you wouldn't get an accurate picture if you just replaced that value with avoided cost, right? You'd have to have two inputs your variable, your production cost and your avoided cost.
Okay. The other comment is on the social cost of carbon, dollars per ton. So how did you come up with that number? I did a little research on it. It seems that it really kind of matters where you're grabbing the data, and it doesn't seem like there's a clear science on picking that number. So could you explain where that came from?
So the reference is pointed to here, but to give you some context, right? The benefits essentially are the avoided water cost and the avoided social cost of carbon. And using this value from Aufhammer, the social cost of carbon is relatively a smaller piece of the pie, and the model is less sensitive to it, just looking at it at a basic level. But this is the literature it's pointed to here, and that's where
I did read that, and it kind of depends if you're looking global or national. It also really depends on what your energy supply is. Are you burning coal plants to produce the energy, or not? And I think it's high anyway. I think it's off base.
Terrence McCarthy with LADWP. A couple of questions. First of all, for the prioritization of leaks, we really don't know until we dig it up how much is leaking out of there. And so I guess the question is, how do we prioritize that based on assumptions? And aren't we going to have a bunch of false positives if we use that methodology?
So this false positives aspect is kind of addressed here, where you look at leak detection method accuracy. And if there has been innovation, but we do know that sometimes you sound for leaks and you hear a leak, but it's not really leak. And this is where you would add that in. If you've done a pilot study, this is where you would add it in. About your point of prioritizing leaks, that's a good comment, and we need to look at that. But the assumption here is that if you've done a leak detection survey before, and if you're looking at a high leakage zone, if you know the size of the pipe, essentially you would plan accordingly to repair the largest leak first, based on a basic idea of your infrastructure. So that's a built-in assumption here.
So we at DWP have done some pilots and determined that the detection methodologies that we've used have resulted in about a 50% success rate. So it's kind of, not a great percentage to use to move forward with a fixed program. But I'll move on to other ones. Number one, what costs were included in the pressure reduction methodology?
So the pressure management methodology or component overall has 3 costs, or maybe more. So one is the pressure logging costs, the hydraulic model cost if you don't have it already, and the pressure reduction costs. To speak to the pressure reduction costs, we have got those from literature and the electronic annual reports. So we have pointed to a study which had some cost benefit in here, the CUWCC study, and we had some values from the electronic annual report. And some are California-based, but the California-based numbers seem to be kind of lower. So we included a national estimation of those numbers here. So this is the cost it would take to implement pressure reduction per zone. And if you need further detail on that, I could point to what exactly we use, but these are North American case studies plus electronic annual report data.
And did that include labor costs?
It includes labor. It includes the implementation of the whole program. So it includes equipment and labor.
Because I thought it hadn't, but
okay,
I can follow up with you later. And then just one final one. I want to hog the mic here. So when we're trying, I just would reiterate the complexity in trying to reach an average pressure because as a water purveyor, we are required to serve water at a minimum pressure to our customers, but also have to meet fire flow requirements. And so given the variability, not only in topography of a system, it's going to vary agency to agency. And so I would just keep that in mind and kind of ask the question as to how do we weight our highest system pressure zones to bring the average down, as you suggested previously?
So for pressure, the model does that for you. You would just input the list of pressure zones that you have, and the model ranks it based on a cost-benefit analysis, or rather, I should say, the maximum reduction possible. And that's why you have this minimum pressure required for each zone number here. And I just want to kind of repeat, this has been said, I guess, today, but so yes, so this is a way of calculating how much is feasible if you use these actions, but then you have the flexibility to kind of forge your own path and maybe invest more in leak detection rather than pressure management if that's not possible to achieve the target. So you still have that flexibility in choosing your water loss control actions.
Reinhard with WSO. Can you explain the rate of rise calculation again? And you totally lost me there. And secondly, if you're looking at the leak detection, so sort of modeling, right? When you're entering the number of leaks that you found ranked by size and so on, I'm assuming the model uses that then to come up with cost effectiveness of what is recoverable and so on. How do you address if you're doing the leak? So an agency has done leak detection in 2019, right? The whole system. They haven't done it before for a long time. So they are dealing with a backlog, right? So they will have much more leaks found. And if you're then looking at, okay, what's the right frequency or intervention interval for future years, it's certainly not necessarily accurate to assume you will always find the same amount of leakage that you found the first time around when you removed your backlog.
So the concept of backlog has not been incorporated in the draft model yet, but that's something that we could look at, possibly based on multiple leakage profiles or kind of an assumption for a rate of rise of leakage. If a system has not done a survey before, then some sort of assumption goes in for the rate of rise of leakage, but the backlog question is interesting.
And also, I mean, the rate of rise basically drives your intervention frequency, right? And so that's one of the key parameters in the model to get that right, and it's more of an art than science, I would say, at this point in time until you have more data. But it really, I mean, that's at the core. So I would really love to understand better how the model picks these numbers there. If you can explain that again.
So let's do the questions, and I'll go through it once more.
This is Amy Talbot from Regional Water Authority. Just wanted to talk about the frequency of surveys. I know in the proposal it's 33% of a system per year. I would suggest using a sliding scale. One example is City of Sacramento has about 1,700 miles of pipe versus a medium or small size agency in our region that's closer to 100, 200 miles. As you might conclude, the 33% of those miles are quite different for those two agencies. Some agencies will probably need to hire additional staff, consultants to do more work, send more trucks out, do more surveying, and that could result in drastically different number of leaks to fix every year. Going down that trail of thought made me think about the carbon benefits from the model and how I think that is unbalanced because you're not putting those in the cost side. So let's say you fix a number of leaks a year. How do you fix those leaks? You send out trucks, you send out backhoes, you dig up stuff, you put in pipes. You're doing all this construction that is effectively dependent on carbon as well, but that's not resulted or not captured in the model itself. It's only the benefits. So what you might end up with is a carbon neutral situation where you're capturing, quote, the benefits of carbon reduction, but not accounting for the work that's being done to actually get those savings. Also, you asked about the potential for preventative pipe replacement and capturing benefits of those. I would think with the annual audit, doing the potentially 33% of a system a year, agencies will be very busy trying to keep up with that schedule. And those benefits that I would probably skip trying to calculate the benefit of preventative pipe replacement. I support the other comments that everyone else has said on average pressure complications. Those exist statewide and I think should be taken seriously. And I think that's it. Thank you.
So one way to kind of incorporate your system costs. So if you have undulating topography, you'd probably need more staff, things like those. This is where those utility-specific values go in. So this is a default value, but if you've done this before, this would be where you would add in your costs per unit mile. So if it takes a whole lot for your system to do a leak detection survey, it would be right here where you add that in. On the carbon side of things, I mean, if you think about this, if you think about proactive leak detection versus reactive leak repair, then we would have to go into this wormhole where then what does it take when this pipe bursts under a BART or this light rail or near critical infrastructure, and then what's the impact there? If you do not have a proactive pipe leak detection program, what you essentially have is something very reactive. And then what is the carbon impact of that then? So yes, yeah, I acknowledge your comment, but it's an interesting discussion, I think.
And just to add on the leak survey frequency piece, because I think it just, to clarify, and it needs to be said, right, that we're not proposing a prescriptive approach here. We're not saying thou shalt conduct a leak survey every third year. We're looking at how to establish a default, which an agency could change based on their own profile and their own operational considerations. So it's really looking at sort of what's a reasonable default to run through the model in terms of the frequency, not a potential specific requirement that a system conduct a leak survey every X number of years.
So Shannon Catula, South Tahoe Public Utility District. We're one of the pilot agencies and have some, I think, comments based on our limited involvement with a little bit of time to look at the study itself or the model. A couple comments first. Certainly want to reiterate this issue about pressure management. We have a hydraulic model. All of our zones are set essentially to the minimum, maybe a couple of PSI here and there, but effectively we are managing our pressures to meet our service requirements. That's where our numbers are at. With respect to leak detection, we've done leak detection in the past and have found it to be inefficient and ineffective in either reducing our losses in the future or really even detecting real losses in our system. When we've done leak detection, we've found a few things here or there. We've ended up with more false positives than we have actual leaks, and it just has not been a cost-effective solution for us. At the same time, we're 100% groundwater agency, top of the watershed. Our water is very inexpensive compared to others, and so we don't focus our time on leak detection. In proactive leak detection, we don't have BART, we don't have light rail, we don't have those larger infrastructures that suffer from leak issues if a leak were to happen underneath them. With respect to the model itself, when running through some of the data and the pilot analysis, it does appear that with respect to with the pressure management, if you do select the radio button there, that indicates that no further pressure adjustments are available or are useful, that does rule out pressure management as being something that is necessary in your system. Effectively, you've already done pressure management. So I appreciate that there's a way to go in and fairly simply address this entire issue and then, in my mind, report to you that we have done what we needed to do already in our system. Is that how that's going to be used in the future?
Yeah, I mean, this is an input for each pressure zone. So when you provide us the information and data, we could obviously have a conversation with you on if we do see that there's a very excessive pressure, of high pressure, a pressure zone that's operated at excessive pressure, then we could have a conversation with you about if there is potential there. But if you have a hydraulic model and if you've done your homework and if you have a pressure management program in place, which is true for a lot of systems with those undulating topographies because that's how they needed to operate. Yes, this would be a way to check the box and tell us that there's no potential pressure management possible further.
So as a further question about that, if I am doing that, I'm managing my pressures, and I am doing some leak detection program to some extent, and I'm not reducing my losses because my pipes are 80 years old and they're steel and they leak like a sieve, and what I need to be doing is replacing them and not doing this work. If I am doing that work, then I still have 50 gallons per connection per day losses, whatever those numbers are, then what is the state board's approach in addressing my system? And are you going to be pursuing enforcement action if I'm doing these two measures that you have asked us to do? And
I'll pass that to you.
So again, well, a couple of things here. One is, as we said at the outset, right, we're proposing this model sort of looks at how we might establish a 2027 standard, really based on sort of operations and maintenance, right? But based on detection and repair, based on managing pressure. We are interested in how we might incorporate the preventative pipe replacement element into the 2035 standard, and we're going to have a panel this afternoon sort of talking specifically about that and some of the other topics we've teed up. Now, regarding enforcement, again, just to reiterate, the proposal on the table is we would be using this model to calculate standards, and everyone gets a standard. Some utilities, based on their profile, might get a standard that is equivalent to their current level of leakage, in which case, as long as they didn't all of a sudden develop a ton of new leaks, they would not have to take additional measures. In addition to that, as I mentioned in response to a prior question, we always exercise enforcement discretion in our compliance work. So we don't just say, "Oh, you're off. Here comes a fine." We exercise a progressive approach. We issue information orders. We meet with utilities. We figure out what's going on and whether there need to be additional steps taken or not. So that's the compliance piece. And then I just want to make a comment on the pressure discussion, because I know we've raised this before. We've heard a lot of similar comments, which somewhat go along the lines of, well, we've got to meet minimum pressures. We do what we need to do. There's no room for improvement, essentially. In all of the case studies that are out there, including the ones that we shared in these documents, there for systems generally with high pressures, there was room for improvement. It doesn't mean that that's going to be the case for every system out there, but pressure management is one of the 4 pillars of water loss control, and we are looking for a way to ensure that it is in here as part of part of the model we use. Again, does it mean that every single urban water system can do something more beyond what they're doing now to manage pressure? No, not necessarily. But it is something that we really want people to be looking at and taking seriously.
There may have been a reason that those agencies were part of those studies. I do have just 3 quick things on the actual analysis. Under leak repair and replacement costs, average pipe replacement cost, what is the units for that?
This is per leak. So for each leak, you would spend this much.
Okay. That seems incredibly difficult for me to calculate when I look at capital replacement costs. I look at on a per foot basis. So
It's the decimals.
Wrap my head around that a little bit. The other is, can you, the number of connections, so in quite a bit of my system, I have both fire and domestic service connections that are separate. What are you looking for there? Are you looking for the total number of connections to the property, to the parcel, or you want those broken out?
So this is again, we are trying to keep this as consistent as possible with the audit, so includes all active and inactive service connections.
Great. And then the percentage of pipes that are rigid, I know you mentioned this before, that this is basically plastic pipes versus non-plastic pipes. Can you tell me again how this is used in the analysis?
So there is a way to quantify the effect of pressure on your leakage, and it's been established now. The default is that if your leakage reduces by, if your pressure reduces by 10%, your leakage is also reduced by 10%. This works mostly for systems with a mixed kind of composition of pipes. And here we are, though you see 70% as the default here, which puts that for the geeks here who know about the N1 value, it puts the N1 value at something around 1.34. So that's how there is this massive equation somewhere around here. Yeah, right, this one, which has been established it's an established equation based on empirical data. There has been research going on for decades on this, and this is where your percent of pipes that are rigid would kind of play in. So you get this factor by which you proportion how your leakage changes when your pressure changes.
So before we go to the next question, comment, I'm just going to note we're afternoon here. We do have time after lunch to continue this discussion. So I'm going to hold it to 3 more, and then we're going to break for lunch.
Can I just go through the leak thing instead, and then we could do the questions after? So I'm just going to, so that you can mull over it over lunch, I'm just going to go through the projections again. It's like, what? So this is your leak profile, right, which you got in 2016. And what we are now in 2019. So what you essentially need to know is, yes, this represented your leakage in 2016, but then what represents your leakage in 2019, which is the current year. So we begin by trying to determine how the leakage shapes up in each incremental year. So the model picks out every third value from your leakage profile, because this represents 3 years of leakage. So this system does a system-wide survey once in 3 years. So what this represents is all the leakage that has come up in those 3 years. And what the model does is then to represent each of those 3 years of leakage that this leakage profile represents, picks out 1 in 3 leaks, so that then it can project it over the period between 2016 and 2019. So far, does it make sense? No, okay. So we understand that this is over a period of 3 years, right? So this original leakage profile that you input right here, you did this leak detection survey in 2016. You did the previous one in 2013. So what this profile is the leaks that you found between 2013 and 2016. Okay, so it represents 3 years of leakage. So assuming that leakage increases every year linearly, there is a bit of randomization here where the model, to have a proper representation of all leaks, big and small, goes through this profile or leak detection survey results that you found in 2016 to pick out leaks such that they represent the entire profile. So all of this leakage is not going to happen the next year. Some of these will happen the next year. So accordingly, it picks out leaks once every third leak to represent different flow rates and represent the amount of leakage that happens in the next year. And then this is the kind of profile that, or this is the kind of rise in leakage that you would see in the next year, because this leak profile represents 3 years, which is not the case that every year leaks are not going to occur at this large rate. So we need to keep that in mind, that leakage is not going to increase by this much every year. So using those leaks that it picked out, every third leak that it picked out to represent one incremental year, you project to get your leakage profile to 2019. Go ahead.
Dividing by you picking out every. Sorry, this is Reinhard with WSO. Just figuring out if I get this. So if you're doing leak detection every 2 years, right, then you would pick out every second number. If you do leak detection every year, you just transpose, and that's your rate of rise?
Yes.
Okay.
Because that's the amount of leakage that you detect despite doing a leak detection survey every year. So if you're doing a leak detection survey every year and you still find this leakage, that means that you have that leakage profile. But if you do it every 3 years and you have that leak detection profile, then it means a lower amount of leakage.
It's an art, let's put it that way.
It is an art. And is this part clear? So this is just projecting over the entire system. We address Fiona's question.
So I know there are more questions, and we are going to answer them after lunch. So it's about 12:15. We're going to do an hour-long break to be civilized. And we'll be back at 1:15. We'll finish off this section of Q&A, and then we're going to have a panel. Thanks. There's that. Yep.
We're not saying too much, but it's all set.
welcome back. So let's start back up again. We had a few questions on the model from the audience, and we have a few online. I'm sure glad we went through the model before lunch. So the ones who had questions on the model.
Fiona Sanchez with Irvine Ranch. So I think earlier, Max, I heard you comment, and I appreciated the fact that you mentioned that defaults are not necessarily always appropriate, and it's good to have utility-specific data. So I was going to ask on the utility inputs, where utilities have more specific data, for example, on the discount rate and on variable production costs, is that something that utilities will be able to put in versus these defaults? And I'll give an example. For our service area, we've already calculated and have projection for variable production costs, and it's documented out to 2028, and the average increase is 2.48%. So the 8 point is significantly higher and would be significantly overstating the benefits for us. And then similarly, that discount rate of 1% is not feasible. We can't borrow capital at that rate. So I'm assuming, since I heard you mention on the leak and the pressure that it would be more appropriate to go utility specific, that will also be an option here.
So on the question of the rise in the cost of water, I think, again, with this iteration of the model, you should feel free to play around with that and put in a value that you think makes more sense. I'm not going to commit at this point to having ultimate standards based on a large range there. That's something we're going to have to think through, because I think it would be problematic if we had some utilities saying, well, our cost of water is only increasing at 2% per year, and others it's much higher, and without some sort of consistent basis for that judgment. But for looking through it right now, you should feel free to change any of those inputs. On the question of discount rate, the discount rate is this is a statewide regulation looking at statewide at this issue of water loss and the benefits that come from water loss from the perspective of the state. So the discount rate is a sort of state level overlay on this whole model and evaluation. So we would not have different utilities putting in different discount rates. We're open to feedback on what the discount rate should be, and we will evaluate comments that come in on that. But again, that's not something where we're going to have one utility saying our discount rate is X and another saying our discount rate is Y, because this is a statewide look at an evaluation and valuation of future benefits.
So as a follow-up to that, the 1% that is currently proposed by the state is based off one study. And most studies looking at economics and discount rates, you generally look at a range. There was also a state board adopted study on how to do the discount rate and set that for recycled water that was done a few years ago. And so in that study, it recommended 6%, which I recognize given today's interest rates is probably a little on the high side, but it was certainly not lower than 2%. And so that was a state board adopted approach to setting discount rates. So I would just appreciate it if you guys could take another look at that.
Again, we'll take a look and we'll read your comments and think about that. But the purpose of the discount rate is not to look at the cost of acquiring capital or interest rates. It's to look broadly society-wide about how we value today's investments and future generations. So it's a very different approach. The other thing I would say is the study that we reference in the document is actually a review of prior scholarship and analysis that was done. So it's not just one study. It's a complete review of multiple studies.
Hi, Sue Mossberg, Sweetwater Authority. Just had a question related to the frequency of running this model. Given that the water loss regulation understandably has some timelines moving forward up through 2035, and then I would anticipate it's going to be moving on even after that for accountability. What's the frequency of running the model? I know things change, as water systems do their capital projects and as their leak programs get more improved. Can you speak to that?
Sure. So I think that this is important. So I'm glad you asked this, because it's important to draw the distinction between the model and the regulation, right? Prior to releasing the model, we released a framework for the regulation, which said we're going to set standards when the board adopts the regulation next year, a 2027 volume and a 2035 volume. And then within those timeframes, there are opportunities for water systems to ask for adjustments to those volumes, right? So the way it's set out right now, in 2021 or 2022, a water system could ask for an adjustment to the standard that gets set in 2020 for that 2027 compliance date. That petition or that adjustment application could be based on rerunning the model. It could also be based on updated data. The same applies on the 2035 number, that in 2027 through the middle of 2028, there's an adjustment period. A supplier, again, based on what was learned from that initial implementation through 2027, additional data, additional model runs, could petition to adjust that 2035 number. So that's the regulatory framework. The model itself, as we discussed earlier this morning, we will take under consideration the ability to update it. We may try to think about how we do updates in parallel with these adjustment periods, but the model is not the regulation. So I do want to make that distinction clear.
Richard Harris, East Bay Mud, and Kartiki, and I know based on this last series of questions before lunch and just now, my comments somewhat been answered, but I'll elaborate on it. It seems like there's openness to utility numbers to make the model more accurate, more appropriate. So I'm looking up at the screen at the marginal energy intensity. That's one that could be a local utility supplied, much more accurate. So I would just suggest, I don't know if you've thought about this, but maybe have utility or default as a choice so it's clear to the audience. And also I know there were questions, like Terrence had a question about our labor costs thrown into the average cost value. And I haven't looked at the model, so maybe there's some definitions and terminology, but putting in unit measurement, putting in definitions would really be helpful. I also had another point about, you said on the pressure reduction, pressure management, and you were looking at the gallons per minute or gallons per hour. I think it was gallons per minute in the leak examples you had. And you said the model already assumes that the largest leak goes first and has the largest benefit. And there's really a lot more goes into just when you're doing repairs, whether it's preventative or reactive. And it may not be a 9 or 8 gallon per minute, which are almost a tie. It's the consequence of failure. And the benefit could be based on the type of pipe, location of the pipe. You mentioned BART. If you had 2 leaks that were maybe one a little larger, but one's irrigating vineyards, the other one's underneath a bridge overpass, you might choose to do one of them because it has higher benefit to the community. So I think your model needs to have some sensitivity, so it's not just by flow rate.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's an important comment. The challenge we face is having a model that is broadly workable and doesn't get so far down into the details that it gets unwieldy.
Hi, this is Ed Osan from NRDC. I've got 3 questions. I'll try to be brief and concise. A comment that came up earlier about water loss surveys not proving to be cost-effective on a particular system and lots of false positives. This is an area that where there's a fairly rapidly emerging technology. There are vendors crawling all over this business with all kinds of claims and stuff. So the experience of one utility with a particular type of technology may not be representative of what leak survey work in general can do. Have you found some presumed sort of basic levels of cost and yield in terms of detection that you're comfortable with, or is there a way of accounting for the changes in technology going on in this field?
We have looked at some studies, but they are probably some of the older ones, and there has definitely been innovation since. We are trying to find a way to incorporate innovation in leak detection technology so far, and one way to very simply look at it is what is the accuracy rate of a leak detection survey. So the more studies we have, which are more current, this will kind of add to the robustness of this number. So we have looked at studies. There are comparisons between different technologies, but I don't think they are on the conservative side, I would say.
So how do you handle that sort of where the documentation shows differential levels of performance? How are you capturing that in the workings of the model? Is there an easy way of explaining that?
So for now, the default is 100%, which is mostly, which may not be accurate. So as of now, this would be an input for the utility. And you did make an interesting point there that different utilities will have different experiences. There is a lot of innovation going on, and 50% may not be the efficiency that we have now. It may be 90%. Mm-hmm. So yes, we do need to kind of look at that and have a more robust default value, I would say.
Okay. My second question has to do with a comment you made at the end of the morning session, and that is that the benefits consist only of the cost of water and the social cost of carbon. What about property damage, overtime, other aspects of water loss that are real and have dollar values but don't fall into either of those two categories?
So property damages would be more tied to breaks that, the larger breaks or high consequence breaks. Mm-hmm. And these are breaks that are detected through these equipment, which means that they are not visible and they are not above the surface and they are not as large. So the way we are trying to have that in the model is through preventative pipe replacement. So if you have a large enough pipe which could cause significant damage, then replacement would be a way to tackle that.
I believe the M36 has a section that addresses the findings that pressure management also has the effect of reducing the propensity of pipes to break. And so there should be a way of capturing that in pressure management as well.
So pressure transients so pipe replacement and pressure transients are what affect these large breaks, and high consequence may cause, so the lack of pressure transient control or preventative pipe replacement may cause these breaks, which have high consequences, and this is how we plan to incorporate the benefits.
Okay, well, we may have a comment for you on that. The last question I have is I have to say I didn't quite still get the explanation on the rate of rise for leakage and the constant rate of rise. Is there a industry-wide reference that you found for what the rate of rise is, or that it is constant, or is that a function of the information that's loaded into the model that you determine that it's
That's
constant?
a function of the information input in the model.
What about the assumption that it's constant? Is that?
So I've spoken to from the conversations we had with industry experts. One kind of recommendation was using the UARL, or the unavoidable real loss as a value for the constant rate of rise of leakage, but this draft model takes the value input instead from the leak detection survey because it just becomes more utility specific and granular.
All right, thank you.
So maybe just to add really briefly, I think these are all good points where we're looking for additional input as we build this out, but in particular on the potential cost implications of advancements in technology. Right now, the model does not have decreasing costs of looking for leaks essentially built in. And if we were going to do that, it would have to be based on something. So we're interested in sort of feedback on that. Obviously, the technology is advancing rapidly, whether you're talking about satellite detection methods or better acoustics and so on. So it's a rapidly evolving field. It's always hard to predict the future. Does that mean that costs are actually going to go down or not? I think we're interested in figuring out how to build that in. On the second point regarding the sort of additional costs associated with breaks, that's part of what we want to tee up for the panel that comes after this, but also just to hear from you all about how we build that in. I think one of the trickiest parts of this is coming up with a way to quantify benefits from large breaks, particularly given that the sort of the highest consequence breaks are the ones that affect critical infrastructure, and that's differentially distributed, and there's no way to fully or with 100% accuracy predict which of those large consequence breaks are going to fail and flood a university campus. I can't help but always going back to that one. But I'm just glad I wasn't there at the time. All joking or not joking aside, I know that DWP is doing a good job, so don't take it too hard, Terrence. I think that really is the reason why we were phasing this or sort of scoping this the way we are is because to date we have not come up with something we think is a viable proposal for that 2035 number that incorporates the preventative pipe replacement and the transients and the sort of the benefit side of those higher consequence breaks. So I just wanted to sort of add to that particular point.
Casey from East Bay Mud. I just want to point out that there will be information that the utilities will have a hard time gathering with respect to pressure management. And so we know the minimum pressure required for our customers at their taps, but there's another piece that utilities may not have all the information about, and that's the fire suppression system design criteria. So at my utility, we have buildings like this that were designed and according to a flow and pressure that we gave them at the time that they submitted for a meter, and we don't have records for all of those buildings that were constructed in East Bay Mud's history. So it's going to inhibit our ability to reduce our pressures even though we want to, but it could create a life safety issue.
Just a quick comment there. We actually, yes, we dive deep into what is required for fire flows. There are these, it's not just pressure, it's also the flow, and it's a product of those two that you need to manage. So it could really tip the balance very quickly. So that's why, one, the default values that we have there for reduction are based on what has been done and taking the very kind of higher or taking a very what's feasible approach towards it. And secondly, though the component of leak detection is based on benefits minus cost, whenever it's a positive number, it's doable. For this draft model, what we are doing for pressure management is trying to maximize the benefits minus cost number. So that gives some margin to reducing pressure, or what that would affect is the number of pressure zones that you would actually think are cost effective to manage. But that's kind of built in as a factor of safety in there.
Terrence with LADWP. That problem was addressed and we took care of it. It was about 5 years ago, but the university is still doing well. A couple of questions. Can you provide any clarity on how many utilities have the data being asked for on leak survey and or pressure reduction information based on what was provided in the EARS and or through the pilot groups that participated? And the kind of impetus behind it is, how many utilities actually have all of that information to be able to input into the model and kind of fine tune the result of what comes out of the model?
So for leak detection, I don't have a number at the top of my head, but I did see a lot of pilot and full-scale studies or implementations from our electronic annual reports. I could go back and look and give you a number, but I did see a lot in leak detection. Pressure transients was relatively a smaller number. That doesn't mean that people don't do it, because they do manage their transients, but they just probably didn't have the data for it. Pressure management was a lower number, but I would not say it was a very low number. Again, I don't have the numbers for you, but there were certainly systems out there who were already at least doing this on a pilot stage.
Okay.
And I'll just add, we're working hard to make that EAR data public and accessible to everyone. It's just the state and IT are not always the best of friends.
And then just
But
one additional...
You could always ask for that data.
One additional thought was, have you thought about any peer review of the model outside of what's been released by, say, technical experts or maybe even the M36 manual authors?
So we haven't, for a couple of reasons. One is that a number of the M36 manual authors are involved in some way, shape, or form in this effort. Either because they're consultants to some of you or they are corresponding with us. So, and we've reached out to them on specific issues. So we feel like we are getting that sort of technical expert input into it. The second reason, and I mentioned this at the last workshop, is that fundamentally, as you've all heard and seen today, the sort of the core elements of this framework that are already and will continue to be the most contentious aren't scientific determinations, right? The value, the avoided cost of water, the rate of increase of the cost of water, the discount rate are things that are ultimately value and policy judgments. So we're not inclined to think that a separate panel of experts is going to give us any more feedback than we're already getting through this process.
Danielle Blassett-Hayden, CMUA. Really quickly, so it will be required as part of the regulation to fill out the economic model, and then if there isn't utility-specific data, whatever the utility submits, because we have some smaller agencies, and I'm concerned about their A, ability to fill this out, and B, ability to have all the information. So will just the default values be put in, and then a number will be spit out, and then if they think that they need a variance or other consideration, they would just come to the water board for that?
Yes.
So my question has to do with just helping water systems fill this out. This looks like a fairly complex model. I know that when I received it and passed it on to a few people at my agency, there were a lot of questions. It just strikes me that if there are ways to highlight what is a default value, color coding or whatever, I leave that to you, would be very helpful. And in looking at the models so far, it looks like there are quite a few areas where there's statewide assumptions that have been made and defaults that are being used. And I just wonder if a sensitivity analysis has been done on how much utility-specific data really is feeding into the model to make a utility-specific target.
So, I mean, with the exception of some of those default inputs, right, it's all utility-specific data if a utility has data to enter on the leaks, on the pressure. And so, we're looking, we released this so everyone else can look and see the different sensitivities to different data inputs. And as I mentioned in the morning, right, we're going to take the written feedback and iterate this. So, as part of that process, we'll be looking at the sensitivity piece. I think, we can certainly flag the color code, the defaults. I think, that makes sense. But there's some agencies, right, like Irvine wants to put in all of its values, right? So we have to sort of balance the utility of saying, okay, well, the larger sophisticated agencies want to change every default. and for some smaller agencies, they just want to, sort of understand what those are. So, but we can work on that.
Just to follow up on that and clarification for myself sorry, Shannon Catula, South Tahoe Beauty. Is it a choice of whether it's utility data or default? Is it the utility's choice on whether they're going to provide the information based on their calculations or use the default?
So ultimately, in the regulation, I think what we're proposing at this point is there are going to be some defaults. For example, the discount rate is going to be a default. That's not going to be a utility-specific entry. Now, whether we allow for ultimately utility-specific entries on, say, the rise or the rate of increase of variable production costs, I would say that's an open question, and we'll sort of deal with that as we go through the regulatory process. So it's going to depend on the specific input. For example, on social cost of carbon, that's a default. So we can adjust it, but that's going to be sort of hardwired in. But there are only a couple of those. Just about everything else will be utility adjustable.
Max, going back to the foundational assumptions you started with, the second one was the time horizon. Wanted to make sure that I understood that. So the initial standard will be focusing on the leak detection and the pressure management. And then in the phase 2, we'll call it, you're going to add in pipeline replacement and pressure transients?
Yeah, so that would the pipeline replacement and pressure transients would inform the 2035 target, right? So the 2027 target is informed by leak detection and repair and just overall pressure management.
Hi, this is Christina from Contra Costa Water. I had a question regarding the 37 gallons per connection per day value that you would be putting folks at that are, and I just want to make sure I'm clear on this, it's just for folks that are reporting negative losses or folks that are below 20 gallons per connection per day?
Just those with negative losses. And just those with negative losses in 2 or 3 years of 2016 through 2018. Because as I explained this morning, right, if there's a utility that just had 1 year, just had 2016 negative losses, and 2017 and 2018 were positive, we would just take the average of 2017 and 18 and throw out 16 for the purpose of the baseline.
Okay, and I just had a follow-up question on what is the reasoning behind putting a value of 37 as the yeah, I know, I understand it's the average, but pushing them up to 37 gallons per connection per day as opposed to putting them at 20, which is more like the closest low level of loss that you can have.
Well, but that assumes, I understand the logic, but that assumes that we think that they're actually closer to zero. We really have no way of knowing with a negative number where they might actually be. So the rationale with the 37 is that's just the statewide median. So half the utilities are below it, half are above. And again, the point of that for the ones with negative numbers, and we really don't expect to have very many of these after the 2018 data comes in. We have fewer than 20 now. Is effectively a placeholder. So they have a number, and it's a signal that they need to figure out their data issues and come back to us with an adjustment. It's not somehow that we think that 37 is really the best fit and that's where they're going to come down from. It's that we need to give them a number, and that's as reasonable as any determination from our perspective as what that placeholder number should be. And while we're on this, there were a couple questions that came in online in the morning session that are related to this topic, so I'll just address them now. And they essentially have to do with the under 20s but non-negative, so the 0 to 20 group. And the questions were, okay, you're proposing to issue information orders to gather additional data. If you think that additional data substantiates that 17 or 15 or whatever the below 20 number is, you go with that. If you don't think that additional information substantiates that number, what do you do? And so the answer to that essentially is that's going to be a case-by-case determination, because it's really going to hinge on why we don't think that the additional information substantiates the number and what other data requirements or other requirements we might want to then put in place.
Oh, so Max, on that one, in terms of reviewing that data, so if a utility has a validated water audit, so it's already been audited by an expert in the field, independent, and that data maybe has been validated, let's just say level 3, because that's where M36 says is the first point, you've got some confidence in the data. I'm just wondering why there's a need to go through an informational order to, I guess, revalidate the data, I guess is what you're saying, if it's already been validated independently in the audit process.
Right. I mean, again, the rationale here is that based on the data that's out there and the analysis that's out there, there are very few utilities, and I emphasize the very few part, that have justified and substantiated real loss levels below 20.
Yeah, I guess it's more the validation, because if we've already gone through an external review process and essentially being audited, just wondering how much more review of that data is going to be feasible from an expert point of view.
Right. So currently what we have is level 1 validation, which is a basic check of any blatant errors or if it has been done right. What some of you may have been doing, as you said, is a level 3 validation, and there are several components to it. So there are things you do to make sure that you reach that level 3, and those as components would suffice as supplementary documentation to say that, to provide additional evidence that this is indeed your number.
Just a second. I guess the concern is we're being put into potentially an informational order, which is a compliance issue, even though we may have submitted and done an audit that's been completely validated, but simply because we have low levels of loss that we're essentially going down the path of compliance. It's a concern.
Okay. Again, I mean, the compliance is a data submission, so it's, I mean, that is the compliance action, but
again, you would have these records with you if you already are level 3 validated. You would have to show them to a validator, and some of those would count as very strong pieces of evidence for these estimates.
Max. Greg Bundison with Sac Suburban Water. I just wanted to verify that data set would be an average of the 3 years, 2016, 17, 18. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, and the data that you're basing this off of, is what Fiona is saying, is that the data that you're basing this off of is off of 63 agencies?
Yeah, that study looked at 63 agencies over, I believe it was 6 or 7 years. I think it's a longitudinal data set from 2011 through 2017.
Okay, so my recommendation would be to increase your data set, because if there's 411 agencies in California alone, you may find more instances where agencies are below that 20. Because from my agency's perspective, the last couple of years we've been under that 20, but to be able to come up with additional rationale besides the fact that it's third-party validated already would just be seems rather difficult. And when you already have a agency that could be performing above and beyond what some other agencies are, it's in a sense saying, we're going to continually question you because you're performing very well. So I would just recommend to increase your data set for that study.
So this is the longest running validated data set that we have for the nation. And it is essentially the largest data set we have, which has been validated. And the key here is that it has 7 years of data in it. And that's what we needed to, that's kind of the crux of it, right? We wanted to see how these data vary across those 7 years. And this is what we saw. But thank you for your comment.
Sorry, on the validated data set, the 7 years. So I think it's very helpful to have a good data set, but I'm very concerned that we're relying on national data, and we already know from that data set and looking at California data that in general, our California numbers tend to be different, that we tend to have lower levels of real loss. And so applicability of the national data to defaults or standards for California may not be appropriate.
Well, Kartiki may add to this, but I mean, that national data set did include not only a handful of California utilities, but also other utilities that operate in the Western US. So it's not a data set that is completely devoid of utilities that share characteristics of the California utilities.
Amy Talbot from Regional Water Authority. It's a larger picture comment. I was listening to the conversation today, and it seems like what agencies need to do to comply with this will probably cost a good amount of money for some of them. This combined with the residential indoor, outdoor, and CII components to the regulation and potential for future fines for noncompliance. It seems to me that some agencies may need to raise their rates in order to meet some of these regulations, effectively making water less affordable. And we know affordability is another priority for the state. How much is enough to get this balance? It seems to me at times that these are conflicting priorities. Do you have kind of an approach that ties both of them in together for the state?
Let's see. So I guess, one of the things that we do have to do as part of our rulemaking requirements pursuant to statute is look at costs of complying with the rules we set. And we've done that. We did that during the drought in terms of the monthly reporting and what it would take to comply. We will do that here as part of our economic analysis. I would welcome any detailed calculation or sort of assertion that compliance with this particular regulation, the way we've laid it out, would actually be the proverbial straw that would lead by itself unto a rate increase. I haven't heard that. On the issue of affordability, the state is taking affordability very seriously. We know many of you are as well. We're working on a report to the legislature on specifically how to do that. We passed legislation this year that is specifically titled Safe and Affordable Drinking Water Fund for the smaller systems in the state. So it's a priority. I think, again, given all of the drivers that are out there that are resulting in increased costs of water, you know, this is not high on the list, and ultimately here we're trying to design a regulation that is based on this strong economic foundation, so that over time, that is, to comply with these standards, your customers actually benefit overall, because the value of the water saved exceeds the cost of acquiring those savings. Any other questions before we go to our panel?
We have a few online
We have
questions.
a couple online. All right, let's do those quick, and then we'll.
Okay. This is from Gary Trachtman. Does the model recognize that smaller leaks running for long durations can produce a greater volume of leakage than larger leaks that are more likely to be reported and fixed sooner? So I guess there's a two-part response to this. One is, we are kind of, with this economic analysis, we are trying to see what can be done beyond reactive responses to leaks. So any reactive response which have to deal with larger leaks, which are seen and fixed as soon, closer to when they are seen, the model does not kind of incorporate that, but it goes beyond that in terms of leak detection and pressure management. And two, does the model recognize smaller leaks running for longer durations? So it does. So if you look at survey frequencies and the time that has passed between these surveys, it does look at what kind of leaks you have in your system based on the frequency of your survey. So the longer you take to survey, there might be more leaks. Or if you're doing, as we talked about it, an annual survey and still find those large amount of leaks, then you have those leaks that are cropping up very quickly. So in a way, the model incorporates that with survey frequency. What else? In the slide that you showed, leak detection frequency, leak detection survey groups, are they based on ILI? Yes, they are based on ILI and system mileage. The cell where you indicate most recent % of leaks found, until you have 100% of your area surveyed, how would you know what that percentage is? So again, the default for that is assuming that leakage is uniform across your system, unless you know otherwise. When you talk about average pressure, how do you calculate this? This, again, the definition is consistent with the AWWA model audit.
All right, so what we're going to do now is we have a three-person panel, and I'll invite them up. And each of them is going to give a brief presentation, and then we'll have some Q&A, and then we'll spend the final few minutes just wrap up talking about timeline and next steps. Got 1, 2. Ed is missing, so that means that he'll go last. All right. Have you, All right, well, since we need, all right, why don't you go first, since you're loaded?
Okay. Put it to slideshow. Okay, there we go. I can start? Okay. Hello, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Danielle Blassett-Hayden. I'm with the California Municipal Utilities Association. I have a few introductory slides that'll talk a little bit about our perspective on the staff's proposal, but the majority of the time I'll be talking about CMUA's alternate or simplified approach for the regulation that we think is a way to move forward and make sure that every system is taking water loss actions, but the model will be used a little differently. So we all know the enabling legislation, SB 555. A couple of important points is this issue of evaluating full life cycle cost accounting when developing the standards, and then also exemptions for those systems with low levels of water loss. Our perspective on water loss really, I mean, as all of you know who operate agencies, water loss is something that you're always looking to as a potential way to mitigate, a water use in your system. Also, it's an operational decision because the more money or more water you save, the better it is for your rates. But the role of water loss and water use efficiency is why it was added into the Making Conservation a Way of Life legislation. And from our perspective, when looking at water loss, we want to look at a level at which water loss in a system is considered efficient. National perspective on water loss, just want to give a little context. There are several other states who have taken action on water loss, including Georgia that adopted the Water Stewardship Act of 2010, and they have a process of doing validated water loss audits and coming up with a water loss control plan. And then it was mentioned a little earlier today, the data set for the national utilities, the WADI. It's a great acronym, and something that is important to note is that when comparing the results of the WADI to California's data, it shows that our median real losses are already 40% lower than the median real losses of the nationwide utilities. So it actually, I would argue that the 20 gallons per connection per day is more probable than what was said earlier. And then we, to talk a little bit about our concerns with the proposed framework, of course, this is the process that the staff has outlined. But really, first, we feel as though we really don't, as a state, we don't have enough data, and it's not accurate enough to develop individual standards. The Water Research Foundation concludes in their guidance document that target setting for key performance indicators should not be attempted until the underlying data is sufficiently valid and then of sufficient duration, which they consider 3 to 5 years. And so as of next month, we will have as a state 3 years of data through the audits, but we still don't feel like that data is sufficiently valid to move forward with the next step. Also, the current proposed framework includes additional requirements, multiple leakage component analyses, and as I'll talk about in a little bit, our proposed approach only includes one LCA with a timeline depending on where you're at with your data validity. And there's been a lot of talk about the economic model today. But from our standpoint, we're really concerned about moving forward with the current draft. A couple of reasons why. The model requires data that many agencies don't have. We talked about the hydraulic model piece of this. According to staff, only about 25% of systems have a hydraulic model completed. So that leaves a lot of default assumptions that would need to be made, and frankly, the development of a hydraulic model may not in and of itself be a cost-effective action for water systems to take. And as was mentioned, we understand that water systems will be responsible for filling out the model. Because of the lack of data, the default values that were talked about will need to be used. These aren't really appropriate for setting individual standards. I think even the organization that developed the base model had said that they're not appropriate for that. So broad assumptions we feel will undoubtedly lead to inaccurate standards and water suppliers returning to the board for a variance or other consideration. This is not going to advance water loss in California. It's just going to be a bunch of back and forth between the staff and water systems. And then in addition, the UC Davis model is not the model where, water systems are going to be working with. And we do think a peer review is important of the revised model to make sure that the underlying assumptions are accurate. And, to make a long story short, if the data needs to be cobbled together, multiple assumptions made, only certain water loss reduction measures are included, and then the model is changed and manipulated from what UC Davis had developed, we're really concerned about what actually are these standards going to be based on. So all of these factors lead to the fact we're very concerned about the proposed framework and the standards being able to be adopted by the July 2020 timeframe. So this is kind of what gave birth to us deciding as an organization and with our member agencies that we wanted to come up with an alternative approach. And we feel like this approach focuses on getting the biggest bang for the buck while still requiring every agency to take action on water loss. Let me repeat, every system would have to take action in our approach on water loss in their systems. We're not letting more entities or more agencies off scot-free and to not do anything. So the first piece is volume, and actually, before I begin, I will go over these briefly, but I have the experts in the room who helped develop this model, so if there's a question I can't answer, they will definitely be able to. So the volumetric performance standards, we understand the need to set volumetric standards, both to adhere to 555 and also for inclusion in the urban water use objective. But we believe there should be a statewide standard based on the 85th percentile of validated water loss audits over a 3-year period. This standard and process would be evaluated and reevaluated in 2028 and 2035. We're not closing the door on being agreeable to individual standards. We just think with the current data and the economic model that in the state that it's in, we just need more time. And why the 85th percentile? Well, it's really going to target the initial water loss reduction management and focus technical assistance on the suppliers who can really take action where there's the greatest potential for in water loss management. 63 suppliers right now, according to the latest data set, are above the 85th percentile, but it actually represents over a quarter of the water losses in the state of California. So this would really, they would have to take action if they were over the 85th percentile. And that 63 number actually excludes suppliers with scores lower than level 3 or negative losses. So we also, as far as the data validity score, propose that that systems have a data validity score in at least the level 3 range, because level 3 is the first level at which data is considered of sufficient quality to begin developing standards. And agencies with a data validity score under level 3 would need to raise their score prior to further actions. Leakage component analysis, we think every water system needs to do an LCA sometime between 2020 and 2026, depending on their data validity score. In SB 555, there is language that says the water board can look at a threshold under which water systems would not be able to have additional requirements. This proposal, staff's proposal, does not have consideration of that threshold. So our proposal would be that agencies with low levels of loss under 20 gallons per connection per day per PSI and with a data validity score at or above level 3 would be exempt from additional requirements except the real loss leakage component analysis and the annual pressure monitoring requirement. All suppliers in our proposal would be required to conduct a pressure monitoring survey by December 2021 and annually thereafter. There'd be additional reporting along with the existing requirement to complete a water loss audit. Suppliers would need to include information in a form that's sent to the department in the preceding year to increase the data validity of the water loss audit, reduce the volume of real and apparent losses. So from our standpoint, compliance is considered meeting the standard and the requirements or using cost-effective best practices to control losses and acting upon agency-specific loss control plans. We have a proposal for alternative compliance. There were a couple comments earlier today about what happens if you basically do everything you can and you're still not showing reductions in water loss. And this alternative compliance would be for agencies that don't meet the standard but are acting upon their water loss control plan and demonstrating that they're implementing cost-effective practices for to address water loss. And these agencies would be deemed in compliance with the standard. And we do think that there is an important role for the economic model. Once the economic model is thoroughly vetted and fine-tuned, we feel like water suppliers could use that or another model that's out there to determine what cost-effective actions are that they could take to reduce their water loss to where it's under the 85th percentile, or it is no longer cost-effective to do more. So to reiterate, regardless of a water system's losses, every water supplier would need to take action to reduce water loss. Our members, and I think water agencies in general, are committed to reducing water loss in their systems, and this proposal reflects that. And lastly, how can we improve the data? So if it's not sufficient or accurate enough at this point, how can we improve it? Well, previously, the Water Board, which we are very appreciative of, provided funding to the Water Loss Technical Assistance Program and to Cal Nevada AWWA to do a program that helped water systems to fill out and submit and get validated their water loss audits. The TAP trained over 1,500 water utility employees on how to fill out the audit, worked with over 400 water suppliers, and reviewed the audits of over 93% of the water suppliers legislatively mandated to perform an audit. So in addition to this question of whether water utilities are going to have to fill out the model in order to develop the individual standard, and also that is not in our proposal, but with that, and then also the fact that there's a leakage component analysis requirement in both our proposal and the State Water Board's proposal. While some agencies have completed an LCA, not a lot have, and more training and technical assistance is going to be needed to help water agencies get to the point where they can fill out this LCA and have it be accurate. So we're asking that the Water Board consider additional technical assistance funding to help fill that out. And that's all I have. I ran through that really quickly. I know we're kind of running short on time, but I or my team of experts are happy to answer any questions that you might have.
So actually, we'll do questions at the end.
Oh,
if that's okay.
That works.
Good afternoon. So Max and Kartiki asked me to talk about how East Bay Mud decides to replace pipe. I'll start out by saying I don't have a recommendation of how to incorporate pipe replacement into a future economic model, and I do think that would be quite difficult to do. Certainly worth thinking about how to do it, but I don't have an immediate answer on how to do that. And I also think that replacing pipe is very specific to the utility and their circumstances. So how East Bay Mud decides to replace pipe is going to be different with other utilities, but I'm just going to share with you what we do. So just quickly for East Bay Mud, we supply water to 1.4 million customers over a 332 square mile area in Alameda and Contra Costa counties. We have a lot of terrain in our service area from sea level to about a quarter mile. What you see in this graph right here is the distribution of our pipe materials. Most of our pipe materials is cast iron, asbestos cement, or steel. Cast iron being the oldest, asbestos cement being the next oldest, and steel being the youngest among all the pipe materials. And what you'll also see is that the cast iron, the oldest materials, is really on the western side of our service area in Richmond, Berkeley, Oakland, and San Leandro. That's where most of our older pipe is located. So our pipe replacement has three overall goals. First is to avoid main breaks and all the associated costs. The second is to reduce water loss. And the third is to maximize the efficiency of replacement. So if we're going to go replace a lot of pipe, let's make sure that we do it in the smartest and most cost-effective way possible. This graph shows if you look at the bars, it shows our pipe replacement since 1997, and the red line shows the total main breaks every year. And it was around 2014, 2015, as an organization, we decided to ramp up our pipeline replacement. We got as low as less than 5 miles per year replacement, probably average 8 miles a year. This year, we're at 17.5 miles, and in 5 years, we expect to be about 25 miles of replacement per year. So to decide how we replace our pipe, we do have a risk model, and we look at both the likelihood of failure and the consequence of failure. I'm not going to go through each of the sub-bullets because I'll cover that in other slides. So on the likelihood of failure, we have 2 models. Actually, we only had 1 model before where we just looked at the leak history and then the pipe age. Leak history was weighted, you can see here, 90%. Most of the weighting of whether or not a pipe would break is whether it broke before in the past. And then all things being equal, if you have 2 pipes that broke the same amount, we would replace the pipe that was older. We have since also looked at a machine learning model to take hundreds of variables and help us with our likelihood of failure model. And what we're doing today is we're actually using both models. So think of it like having a second opinion from a doctor. We'll have the first model that picks a pipe. We'll have our machine learning model. We'll look at the 2 and pick the ones that have the highest likelihood of failure. We break up our likelihood of failure into 5 bins, 1 being the best pipe, 5 being the worst pipe. And just as an example, if you look at the likelihood of failure 1 pipe, over 50% of our pipes are over 50 years old. And we have pipe in our service area that's 140 years old, that's never broken. And so, as an agency, if we said, our pipe will last 100 years and we replace that pipe after 100 years, there was still 40 years plus left of life in that pipe. So that wouldn't necessarily be the most cost-effective way of replacing a pipe. However, if you look at the pipes that fall under bin 5, the likelihood of failure 5, that represents the leakiest 2% of our system. So this graph just shows you the leak rate in terms of leaks per 100 miles per year from bin 1 through bin 5. And what we found is that our likelihood of failure 5 pipe is 23 times more likely to leak than a likelihood of failure 1 pipe. And in fact, if you look at the likelihood of failure 4 and 5 pipe, that represents half the leaks in our service area. So our pipe replacement program is focused on just level 4 and 5 pipe. Really, we do our best not to replace 1, 2, or 3 pipe, but just the 4 and 5 pipe. We also look at the consequence of failure, and these are the parameters that we look at in terms of consequence of failure. Some of these are just proxies for other types of things that are difficult to measure. So we look at the diameter of pipe, the consumption, is it a critical customer? So you have pictures here of a refinery, a hospital, or a school. We also look at, what's the access? Is there easy access to the pipe? Is it crossing a creek? Because if it's difficult to access, it will be very difficult to repair. If it's crossing a creek and the pipe breaks, you can have some significant environmental damage. And then finally, we look at, are there highway crossings or railroad crossings or other major road crossings that if the pipe broke, there'd be a serious disruption in our neighborhood. Now, we did try to correlate the consequence of failure, so we look at impacts, and when I say impacts, we look at how many customers are affected, was there property damage, were there traffic impacts, and now I should say when we look at the property damage, we actually don't know. We look out there and say, was there property damage? We don't know how much property damage there is until claims are filed. And the actual dollar amount of a property damage, it could be years before we find out if there's any type of damage. So, trying to factor in property damage is difficult because we don't really know. We don't go into people's houses and estimate how much damage there is until they actually come and file a claim. What we found is, and then we also look at work hours. How long did it take us to make the repair, and then the eventual property damage. We found that there's a strong correlation to the diameter of pipe, some correlation to major roadways. Now we say correlation of consequence of failure to those factors, and then a weak correlation to consumption, critical customers, and ease of access. And then we really didn't have enough data to say whether or not there was a high consequence of failure for any of the crossings. The point that we did is we used to have a risk model where we looked at the likelihood of failure and the consequence of failure, and similar to like risk models, you would multiply those two together and get an overall risk. We found out that looking at the overall risk to prioritize pipes wasn't necessarily the best way of deciding which pipe to replace, because we're replacing pipe that may not have needed to been replaced. So what we're doing instead is we're looking at the likelihood of failure, picking which pipes we think will break, and then qualitatively looking at the consequence of failure. And then we're going to continue to work on the consequence of failure until we get better correlations, because we just don't believe the data is good enough right now to quantitatively calculate an overall risk. Now, I talked about how we're replacing pipe. So this is bad pipe, and that falls under that first bullet that we're calling infrastructure renewal. But there's lots of other reasons why an organization may replace pipe. For example, you may replace a pipe that hasn't broken, but has poor pressure or poor flow. That's what we call system improvements. You may replace pipe because you're being asked to relocate your pipe because of some street improvement. You may also replace pipe because you're looking at transmission system improvements. So the choice of replacing pipe isn't just because you're replacing bad pipe. There are lots of reasons why an organization may replace pipe. So just to give you a sense of how much it costs to replace a pipe for East Bay Mud and how much it costs to repair, in fiscal year 17, the average cost to repair a leak was $15,000. It costs us $500 a foot to replace a pipe. So if you look at a 1,000-foot section of pipe, that'd be $500,000 to replace. That's equivalent to 33 leaks. You would have to have a pipe break a lot of times if you just strictly based it on, should I replace it based on break rate or not? You could tolerate a lot of breaks just based on the cost of replacing pipe. So there are other factors that an organization has to make when they decide to replace a pipe. So I'm just going to end on this last slide. The cost to replace pipe is high. And trying to factor in, do I replace a pipe based on maintenance costs or water loss, I would say it'd be very difficult to justify it just based on water loss and repairs. You have to consider other factors like the likelihood of failure and the consequence of failure. And as I said earlier, it's difficult to quantify the consequence of failure, which is why I share with you the difficulty of trying to build this into an economic model, because you can't place numbers on these that are relative numbers compared to some of the absolute numbers that we're seeing in the risk model that was presented today.
So I have a few slides to run through here today. My name's Ed Osan. I'm with the Natural Resources Defense Council. For those of you that may not know, NRDC is a national nonprofit organization with offices around the country, including here in California, and we have a long history on working on a range of clean air, clean water, energy, natural resources, climate, and environmental justice issues. I never get tired of looking at this photo because I think it's even though it took place 8 or 10 years ago, I think it's a useful reminder that in many cases there's the loss of water is kind of the least of it, consequence of it. There's also the disruption, the property damage, and the reliability issues that go along with it. We have a few observations to make on the staff proposed framework. We strongly support the development of a utility-specific evaluation tool, the economic model that we've been discussing here today, to identify the economic level of leakage based on a utility's own system characteristics. the development of this model and placement into the public domain will be a tremendous value to the water industry, both here in California and around the country. So we are strong supporters of proceeding with this. Oops, let me back up. But we just got the model a week ago. We did not have access to the model developers as some of the water suppliers did. We haven't seen it at all since until it was released on Monday, and our own technical consultants are, for the most part, not available this week, and so we really haven't done a technical review of the model itself. So not here to provide any instant analysis. But a few high-level observations could be made on what has been discussed today and what we were able to glean from the materials that made available in advance of this meeting. Period of evaluation, we recommend going out to a longer period, and in fact, for purposes of economic evaluation, you frequently try to match the period of evaluation to the useful life of the investment, and that could well argue for a period of evaluation even longer than 2035. And we'll probably be commenting on that in more detail. On the discount rate, we haven't had a chance to review the meta study that was cited by the staff with regard to discount rate. We will do so, but we do recommend consideration of the express or implied discount rates that are used by other state agencies in California for public investment. Let's just take a look at that and see what that spread looks like. Also, we're a little bit concerned about the default assumptions that are being proposed for some of the inputs that appear to be pretty unnecessary. Key service characteristics like your number of your service connections, retail rates, those things should be provided rather than default used, and if the information is not provided, then the analysis should simply be deemed incomplete. So I did want to say a few things about the CMUA proposed framework. We think that it has some unwise features to it. To us, it's very, it is unacceptable in the form that it's been offered. It's hard to read this as other than absolving 85% of the urban water suppliers from having to determine the economic value of real losses on their system or identifying the economic level of leakage. And that really is the objective here. That's the objective behind the whole water audit process, behind SB 555, is to find that economic level of leakage and to take steps to reduce or eliminate it that are cost effective to do so. So, and here in California, you have the additional overlay of the constitutional obligation of each water supplier to prevent or eliminate waste and unreasonable use of water. It's a constitutional obligation. Allowing the continued loss of water through system leakage that would be cost effective to reduce or eliminate, in our view, clearly constitutes waste and unreasonable use that would meet the board's 7-factor tests. I won't go through all 7 of those. They're there just to refresh your memory, or if you haven't seen them. Cost-effective water loss reduction that go ignored would meet these tests. So I don't think this is a space you want to be in. If the board is willing and able to develop a tool that can, using utility-specific data, identify the economic level of leakage and give you that level of guidance, that's clearly a preferable way to go. And we can't help but recognize that by providing what we believe to be an overly generous allowance for water losses, well up into the 50s, the proposal offers a windfall for use in the calculation on urban water use objective that is to be developed by all urban water suppliers under SB 606. The greater the delta between the water loss standard and an agency's base period performance, the less likelihood that water-saving measures will have to be taken to reduce customer-side consumption in those three other categories that are covered by SB 606. This may be a clever strategy for the long-term conservation target program, but it's really a poor approach to water loss reduction. With regard to both frameworks, they both omit the establishment of a standard for apparent losses. We think it's imperative that apparent losses be included in any final rule put out by the board. First of all, because it's required. SB 555 directs that there be a performance standard for water losses, not just real losses. And the program is to be grounded in M36, and M36 clearly identifies water losses being made up of both real losses and apparent losses. So it's a requirement of the law. Apparent losses undermine the financial integrity and solvency of drinking water utilities, and that's clearly a concern that keeps recycling in the public space. And very importantly, the failure to include an apparent loss standard in the final rule, in the final standard, will invite gaming to make real loss reporting look better. Now, it took me about 30 seconds to devise a strategy to move real losses into the apparent loss category in a way that would pass any conversation with the water audit validator. And I'm a certified California water audit validator, so I'm pretty confident that anybody that thinks about this a little bit can find a way to do it. So it is important to have apparent losses included in the standard. How to do it? In theory, it could be done completely in parallel with the approach being taken by real losses. The board could develop an economic model that would cover apparent losses and apparent loss interventions in exactly the same way. But here we are, we recognize that the board seems to have its hands pretty full developing the economic model for real losses. So we do think that a tiered analysis could be used to set an initial standard that would prevent backsliding, would establish some basic level of performance for apparent losses based upon current history, and the development of more sophisticated approaches for apparent losses could wait until further out, say the 2027 period. And that's what we got.
Thanks. So it's about 20 to 3. I do want to reserve about 5 minutes at the end, 5 to 10 minutes to talk about next steps, but we can do at least 10 minutes of Q&A, assuming people want to ask questions of the panel.
Struggling to find my eject here. We don't need this for the Q&A.
Hi there. I just had a quick question for East Bay Mud, just for my own information. We do a similar pipeline replacement renewal risk model at Contra Costa Water, and in one of the slides you presented, it's about $500 per linear foot for pipeline replacement. I was just curious as what the average diameter was that you guys used for that cost.
Most of the pipe they're replacing is probably around 6 to 8 inch pipe. So most of our pipe falls in that range of 4 to 8 inches. What's currently in the system, and we don't replace really anything. We don't put 4-inch pipe in the ground anymore. It's mostly 6 and 8 inch pipe.
All right, seems like the mid-afternoon nap period might have set in here. So I think I just want to express appreciation for the three of you to come and share your thoughts. Obviously, we still have a lot of work to do and a lot of things to think about as we develop sort of our next steps. And so I want to spend some time now to think about that. So thank you all. So I think we had another, or we did have a question just come in online.
So this asks about the percentage of pipes that's rigid, and would you include service lines, or is that just the mains? That would include, again, consistent with the water loss audit definitions, any pipe that's owned by the water system. I believed you stated its average pipe replacement cost per leak. Is that correct? Yes, it's correct.
Okay. So we'll get out a little early today, I think. So I just wanted to spend a couple minutes sort of talking about where we go from here. As I mentioned this morning, right, we did release this model only last Monday, and appreciate that not everyone's had the time to really dig in. And that, again, is why we set up a comment period. So the comment period runs through October 14. And so please take the next few weeks with your staff or your colleagues, run through, see how it adjusts to your own values. And in the interim, before you send us written comments, if you have questions you want to clarify, you know how to reach us. And again, I think what we're going to do is once the comment period closes, we will review comments, make adjustments to the model, look at the 2018 data, and come back to you all, hopefully, I'm not going to guarantee before Thanksgiving, but before the end of the year, with a sort of revised model and some proposed standards, again, based on the 3 years of data. We also, of course, have to figure out the 2035 portion. Appreciate thinking through the issue of not only likelihood of break, but consequence of break, and the challenge of sort of programming that in a quantitative way. We're going to chew on that. Again, we're interested in feedback there. So again, the most important next step is please, if you do want to send us written comments, do that by October 14, and then we'll iterate from there. And I know I saw two hands, so I think Fiona has a mic, and then over here.
So Max, as you mentioned, we've just got the model, and some of us have had a chance to look at it a little bit, but really we haven't had time to delve in or have a rigorous review. And you may know that a lot of us have water audits due to the state October 1st, so a lot of us are really busy right now, and then there's the Water Smart Conference coming up. Would there be, and as you pointed out, there are a lot of links in this document that reference studies that we probably need to go look at. Would there be any consideration to extending the timeline for us to submit written comments, because it's a very, very compressed schedule for us, and it doesn't really allow us the option to really fully take a look at the model and really get through all of the studies and prepare thoughtful comments and input to the board. So we would appreciate if the board would consider extending the deadline by a week or two.
So that was going to be my follow-up. How much extra time do you think you would reasonably need? Yeah. A week or two?
Two would be better than one.
Okay. All right. Well, we'll take that under consideration. Yeah.
I had a question about using the model to calculate background leakage using the method that you guys presented today. If an agency has a different method of calculating leakage that is more utility specific and includes additional parameters, would the state be open to allowing folks to present that information to help make a case for a slightly different method of calculating cost benefits, or is this considered also a default value?
So the short answer is yes. I mean, the real goal here, just to underscore this, is we are trying to set utility-specific standards based on utility-specific data and conditions. So we would certainly consider that. The model is there to help us do it. The model is not meant to substitute for the valuable and utility-specific data that some agencies have.
Yeah, Max, will you be making the comments received available on the state website?
Yes, I think we can still do that. As some of you know, there was a law passed a couple of years ago that says everything we put up now has to be accessible. And we've had a little bit of struggle of how we do that, but I think we're still managing to get comments posted on the website.
So just so I understand terminology, what will be developed from the economic model is an agency-specific standard, and that use of the term standard is different than the term standard that's being used for 606 and 1668, where that is like the starting point of the 55 GPCD for indoors, of then which population is applied to make a target. So what we're talking about here is more of a target based on that definition, or just so that I understand the terms standard and target, since I do understand they'll be coming together at some point.
Yeah, I know that the terminology between standard and objective and target has gotten all mixed up. I always remind Dennis O'Connor of this when I see him. But what is going to be developed here, right, is the volumetric performance standard. That is the gallons per connection per day, right? Target standard. The 2027 number that we'll be looking at for compliance. And again, as we've said before, how that 2027 number gets then allocated across the 5-year period of 2023 through 2027, when all of the urban suppliers are required to calculate their annual objective, I believe I'm being consistent with the 1668 and 606 language, will be at the discretion of the supplier, right? So again, to give this example, if a supplier starts at 25 and the water loss piece is you go from 25 to 20, right, by 2027, how that reduction gets prorated for the purpose of reporting on the annual objective that includes the outdoor and the indoor piece pursuant to 1668 and 606, that's at the discretion of the supplier. That is, if they want to load all of the water loss reductions into year 4 and 5 for that purpose, that's fine. If they want to evenly allocate it across the 5 years, that's fine. Again, we're not going to require that be done in any specific way. Again, what we're looking at for the purpose of this regulation is the 2027 water loss target. Okay. Well, we're close to 3, and I see, I sense readiness to go. So thank you all for coming today. You've given us a lot to think about as we continue to work on this. We will consider extending the comment period, and we look forward to reading your comments and continuing to make progress on this important undertaking. We're adjourned.